Hello and welcome everybody to the final European Pro League day here in Season 1. We are finishing off with our playoffs. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum and this guy's Kickstar. Kicks, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for the matchups today, as always. It's going to be good.
It is. We have our final 4 European teams fighting for their spots at LAN. We've already selected 2 of them, or 2 have already been selected, we'll say. That is Sisu and PENTA. And the last 2 teams that are fighting today are going to be gBots and Playing Ducks. Let's take a look at our groups. Our Group A to start it off to just see how these teams got here. Starting off with Group A, we had 4 of our 8 teams in this group. 2 of them are no longer with us. They've lost enough matches and they're out. They're no longer in the running to get to LAN.
Right, Barrage and Millennium unfortunately did not make the cut. But however, on the flip side here, we have Sisu and gBots did make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, Sisu got first place in Group A, secured their spot into the playoffs, and then gBots had to go on and fight Millennium for the round number 3 to make their way in.
Right, and that was the second time they managed to beat Millennium in this group, but there they are. And they then, I think they lost in the playoffs and put themselves in the loser bracket of
yeah,
playoffs.
gBots had to go up against PENTA last week, and PENTA showed them a thing or two.
Right, yeah, managed to put themselves into the winner bracket. But that's Group A, and we also have Group B. Coming out of Group B, we had PENTA Esports and Playing Ducks.
Yeah, and Playing Ducks is the team that had won the Season 3 LAN, or sorry, they got to the grand finals. Second place. They made a name for themselves in that season.
Yeah, they beat out what is now known as Vertical Gaming in the second season finals to make it into that second spot, and then lost to Continuum. But it was a valiant effort, and now they're coming back just as strong in this season, hopefully going to be putting themselves into LAN, but they will have to contend. Obviously, they did put themselves in the loser bracket of the playoffs, so they're going to have to contend with gBots today to find out which one of those 2 teams will be going to LAN.
Yeah, so let's take a look at our playoff brackets for the evening. This is where we are at now. This is current standings. You had Sisu and Playing Ducks and PENTA Sports and gBots play last week. Their scores are right up there as Sisu and PENTA took first in their games. They won their games. Now, the matchup between Sisu and PENTA is merely deciding first and second seed for the LAN event. Both of those teams have already made it. They're already guaranteed spots. There is a 3rd spot, though, for EU that is yet to be determined, and that is Playing Ducks and gBots. That is also going to be played today. That's going to be our first matchup of the evening, but that's going to be decide who goes to LAN and who doesn't.
Yeah, it's going to be the matchup of impact, the real decider there. I mean, both of these 2 teams have fought tooth and nail to make their way to the LAN event this season. Playing Ducks, a team that's done it before, have managed to put themselves in that same position. gBots, on the other hand, a team that has struggled throughout their Pro League history to push themselves into the forefront of Rainbow Six competition. So they have a lot on the line for both respects.
They do, and this is very similar to what I had seen from the North American side on Monday. We had Ominous and we had Elevate.
Yeah, no, that was honestly, I think a lot of people were shocked by that, but at the same time, Elevate.
A lot of people follow Elevate. Elevate is one of those teams that has a strong following and a strong backing, and I could just imagine all the support that they had once they finally won that and they guaranteed their spot to land.
Right, and they beat out Ominous to do it as well. Which Ominous, I feel like they were a really strong team going into that matchup, and it's I feel like Elevate, they've proved themselves definitely a lot. However, in this matchup, when it comes to gBots versus Playing Ducks, who knows what will happen. But we do have a schedule for you guys. We're going to take a look at that, see exactly what's going to be going on today.
Yep, and so as we said earlier, gBots and Playing Ducks are going to start off our evening. This is going to determine, like you said, that third place LAN invitation. PENTA Sports and GiFu have already decided, or they've already been invited. So right now, like you said, they're just going for first and second place to kind of get a better seeding when it comes to the LAN event.
I mean, it is relevant whether or not they get first or second seed. However, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, we saw in the Flipside versus VG a matchup earlier in the week. A lot of comedy, a lot of fun.
I'm still salty about Snake Nade not choosing Lord Chanka or Lord Blitz.
He could have. He taunted us, but he didn't. But I mean, moving on from that, I think we do
have an interview lined up, and it is with one of the captains here from Playing Ducks. Let's move on over to Meepy. Meepy, how are you doing today?
Hi, guys. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Splendid, splendid. Glad to have you here with us. So there's many things I want to ask you, but one of the things I want to talk about today is players or teams that are in slumps or not. They don't have the momentum with them in a game, in a week, whatever it might be. What advice would you have, or how do you see yourself getting out of a slump if you've ever been in one?
There's many ways you can do it, and it really depends on the players within the team or the team dynamic. Some people really enjoy just to try and play their way through it, because eventually things have to get a little bit better. You have to sort of get yourself into the mindset of, we can do it, we can win. So yeah, some people just like to play through it. Some people like to take a step back, take a little bit of a time out, spend a couple of days away from the game, go out, see some new places, meet your friends in real life. Just keep yourself off the computer just for a couple of days to clear your mind.
Got to keep that social life going, right?
Yeah, and just have something else to do, so you're not always feeling gloomy about losing a couple of games here and there.
What would your advice be if someone's having a rough time on a particular operator or so? Is switching off of that operator, whether or not it's part of the strategy that your team is trying to accomplish, is that beneficial, or like you said, you need to work through it?
Some people aren't suited to specific operators, because with the operators comes a certain playstyle, as some operators have a little bit more value than other ones do. So, for example, Thermite, typically in previous seasons, because now we have Havana, of course, but previous seasons when I was a Thermite main for the vast majority of it, Thermite had a little bit more of a VIP status. He was a little bit more of a slower operator. You couldn't go too aggressive whilst you've still got hold of your exothermic charges. And sometimes people just don't suit that role, and it's like trying to force a square through a triangle-shaped hole. Sometimes it just doesn't work. But if it's for other operators, where you can be a little bit more loose, a little more aggressive, like a Twitch, an Ash, it just comes down to learning. Practice, practice, practice. Just try out as much as you can. Try all the different attachments. Do absolutely everything you can to just try and learn it.
Awesome, awesome. Well, is there anything else you'd like to mention before we end here?
Nope. Just thanks for having me. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Meepy, and good luck to your team today.
Thank you.
I like that insight, because I've been in slumps before. You've been in slumps before. We've all been in that kind of down mode. And hearing how a pro wants to get out of it and how their mindset is something that I think is very beneficial.
Yeah, it's definitely a hurdle that we all have to face at least one point in our career, and we all have, certainly. So Playing Ducks, here's their roster: Meepy, Zyronic, Ilaki, Renewals, and Snookin.
Yes, and these are the five we've been seeing from Playing Ducks for this entire season. No roster changes that I'm aware of, that I see.
And they're a very dynamic team. They've proved themselves that they have what it takes to be here, and of course they've made it into the playoffs. I mean, it goes without saying, but they've also had a lot of struggles. And going up against gBots, a team that is much older, if you really take a look at it, and has had a lot more experience and team synergy built up over years. Years. I feel like the challenge is slanted against Playing Ducks here in this matchup.
I would say so, but at the same time, you're saying it's slanted in Playing Ducks or slanted
against
gBots?
Playing Ducks.
Against Playing Ducks.
For gBots.
I feel like that is true. I feel like Playing Ducks have not been necessarily showing themselves to the standard or to the level that we saw in Season 3, but at the same time, they have made it to land. They know what the pressure is, and I feel like they know how to handle it. So now it's gBots, the momentum's building for them,
Right.
where it's like, okay, how do we get to land?
And here's gBots roster: Drid, Lion, Barrage, Wesker, and Choi. And this is the very familiar roster that we've seen from gBots time and time again throughout this Pro League. They have, for as far as I know, not made very many changes to it overall. And again, it's a lot of built-up synergy, a lot of built-up experience on this roster. Unfortunately, they have, as of yet, to make it to that LAN event to really push themselves forward into the limelight. And this is the day where they decide whether or not that's going to be happening. They've been around the block. They just they have to be able to get that final push in now today to get themselves into that final LAN event.
And basically, it's going to come down to, I feel like, it's going to come down to whether or not they know how to handle the pressure of, there's a lot riding on our shoulders right now. We have a lot, there's a lot of people rooting for us. We have a huge fan base, and are we going to be able to make it? Are we going to meet those expectations?
On that note, from previous matchups we've had during this Pro League, usually when it comes down to being eliminated or progressing through the Pro League, well, those are your two options, and it's not always the case, but when those are your two options, the two teams involved tend to freeze up, you know, and it's the team that is able to play a lot more loose and a lot more to themselves, true to themselves, that usually comes out on top. But here we have the ban phase. Playing Ducks banning out Bank to start with in gBots Clubhouse.
Yeah, Bank's not, obviously, that's been one of the least picked maps here this season. And Clubhouse, a little surprising, but not necessarily from gBots, to the fact that Playing Ducks, that was one of their core maps they played previously.
Yeah. Border getting banned as well by Playing Ducks, which I see as a logical ban from that. Consulate. You know, it's weird. A lot of these bans are counter to each other in terms of map playstyle, but I think they're just going for target bans in terms of personal team experience. So, for example, Border and Consulate, very similar. Clubhouse and Bank, very similar, and they're on the opposite ends of the board. Cafe being banned by Playing Ducks. We have no Coastline, no Skyscraper ban. So it's likely we're going to see a Coastline ban
Most
here.
likely a Coastline ban here. Skyscraper, which means would be in the mix.
Yep, so
whether or not it's going to be the decider map or one of the first two, we'll have to see. So there's Skyscraper, Chalet, and Oregon.
Yeah, I like that lineup. That's a good lineup. And with Skyscraper, it's a map that hasn't seen, well, it's actually been seeing a lot of play throughout this season, I have to say, especially going into the later ends of it. Whereas Chalet is an old time-tested map that a lot of teams do favor, as it is really well balanced.
Ooh, Skyscraper right at the start.
Yeah, coming up from Playing Ducks.
See, one of the things I like about all three of the maps here is that they allow for a very decisive roam game. And that's one thing that we've seen a lot from Drid. Drid's done a fantastic job on gBots playing that roam game and being very effective to his team. Oftentimes
on Skyscraper, when it comes to that upstairs defense, it comes down to that pulse underneath the bomb site, whether or not he influences the round, if the defensive team will take it. On Chalet, it's the same story. If the roamers can influence the round, usually the defensive team will take it. On Oregon, it can be the same story, but at the same time, there are still strategies involved in Oregon where you can have 5 anchors on the site and still be successful. So most of these maps, pretty similar in that regard, coming down to the roamer game, but at the same time, some variation and interpretation still allowed. And, on most of them, I'd say. And, that's one of the great things about Siege overall as an esport, is that it can be changed up and manipulated in every way you want to when it comes to the meta.
Especially this game, where the meta's shifted every single 3 months.
I know, especially in this particular Pro League. I mean, it's pretty incredible to what we have seen in this particular Pro League compared to previous ones, given that the stakes are so much higher with the way that we're working the brackets in. But whatever the case be, here are the top picks.
We're going to take a quick look at our top 10 picked operators here. Jaeger's at the very top. Smoke falling down a little bit. He's in 3rd position.
Well, I think that was for the North American that we had Smoke up there. But yeah, no, for the most part, this is just a brief look at what we've got here. We are actually going to be going into the map, like, immediately.
Yes. So here we are, IQ coming right off the bat for gBots. That's going to be played by Barrage.
So we actually have been seeing a lot of IQ play on Skyscraper across both of the regions. And this is, I think, to do, again, we were talking about that pulse underneath the karaoke room. And as well as that, there are some fantastic places to be putting Valkyrie cams outside on Skyscraper that are as of yet to be really defined so that you can see them without an IQ. So IQ bringing a lot to board.
All right, and as we get our sound in for the game, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be pushing back to the desk here momentarily. They're just going through prep phase. We'll still be in the round. No rehost needed. They're just fixing some audio issues real quick. But other than that, I mean, they it looks like they chose the bottom bomb site to start off. Were my eyes deceiving me there?
Yeah, I didn't catch up on exactly everything that was going on in that round, but we did see a bottom bomb site, which is interesting and something new to see coming out of this particular map. It could be that Playing Ducks, what they're trying to do here is just do what we've seen time and time again between teams in mixing up their first site pick to try and throw off the enemy team's operator picks. And that would make a lot of sense.
All right, so we're going to see an MPX Black Eye in the hands of Valkyrie right now.
Yes, it's
right
just
there. Oh, it just annihilates the drone.
She's throwing those black eyes at such fast speeds that you can't actually see them with your eyes, and it gets thrown fast enough.
Supply.
Yeah, it gets thrown fast enough to destroy drones as well.
But now here we are, round number 1 going underway, and Drid is going to hop right into the exhibition room and make his way in through the lounge.
Yeah, so they're going to be clearing from the east side of the building to the west side of the building, and that's something we've seen a lot of on this particular bomb site from the attacking squad. It's pretty easy to figure out if there's a defender playing in that trophy room, just drone it out and move your way forward from there. The challenge comes when you have to challenge that that drum room hold, and it is going to be Renewals who's going to be in a position to receive the attacking gBots lineup.
And a part of me is thinking that we're going to have the Valkyrie underneath. I'm drawing a blank on who that was. She threw one of the Valk cans out, and that's actually able to see the window that's right next to Troy out on the balcony. So she could pop out, throw a C4 up and over, and get a kill. Yeah,
that'd be a nice C4 to see from gBots. Well thought out at that.
We are going to have Lion moving on over to the west balcony, right next to Renewals outside. Drid is also out here. He's working their way. I want to say this is very similar to like a takeover on Canal. If you're on Maps and Kitchen, you need to take over that top floor, and that's exactly what we're seeing gBots do here.
Yeah, but it's worth noting that there's a minute 20 left on the clock, no men down on either side at this moment, and they haven't even touched the bomb site. Lackey, though, with the first kill of the round, going on to Choi with that C4. Seemingly, that was from underneath.
Yeah, now Renewals and Drid were right next to each other. Drid's going to open it up because you spot him and get him down on the stairs. That's going to be a fallen Jaeger, evening out man count 4-4 with 60 seconds left to go. We've got Zoronic here, who's moved up from the downstairs. He's inside of the lounge area, coming around with C4 in his hand. Baraz is keeping an eye for that flank. He's pretty aware of it. Lackey, however, will be tagged with a couple bullets as Lion is peeking on down through the crevasse of those staircases. Now that drop hatch has been opened up here. And Lackey moving away around towards that main entrance. Now with 35 seconds left to go, Drid is still working his way up here. Zoronic has now his gun and C4 in hand.
He's actually holding out an MPX right now.
He is holding his MPX at the moment. It looks as though Meepy will take down Wesker, a 4-on-3 at the moment. Now we do have one more gas grenade that's been tossed on out. That's going to stop that north stairs push, but Drid has fallen. He's going to look on down, go for the shots on a Snookin, but inside of the pantry, Snookin saying, "Get out of my cookie jar." And now right there, Lackey and Meepy going to finish it off.
Yeah, clean up the round nice and easy for Playing Ducks. Good defense from them, and an interesting attack from gBots. Now it was they pretty much just took from Yep. It's just a visual bug, guys. Don't worry about it. Doesn't influence it at all, really. But at the same time, we were talking about the way they were taking that bomb site. They were trying to take it from the east to the west, and I understand the concept there, but the problem is they got stalled up on that drum bit where they're trying to push their way through drum, and they did rotate around to the balcony itself to then push into the flank of what we saw there on the kill on Jaeger. But it was too little too late, really. There wasn't enough time to establish themselves over the site, open up those holes into the anchors, and start getting the picks that were necessary to then make that push. And because of that, they were forced to run in with little time on the clock. Now we're going to be seeing gBots. They're going to be defending upstairs, which is a little bit more commonplace, shall we say, on Skyscraper. Something we're used to seeing here. They're going to be opening up those holes into Geisha. And I'm curious to see if they're going to be actually holding Geisha this time, or if they're going to be doing what we've seen a lot of teams do, which is just forfeiting it.
Yeah, one of the things I want to point out here, Lion, we have his main operators as being Hibana and Mira. And here he's playing a smoke, which it kind of goes back to some interview questions we had earlier on in the week with the North American leaders. We talked about how you need to be very versatile. You need to be open-minded on your play style.
Absolutely.
And being able to adapt. And it seems like Lion's one of those operators, or one of those players that the team has chosen to be that versatile person.
Yeah, and on the flip side, you also have Barrage, It's always so hard to get that last bit on the name, but Braz, we have him. He's the person who's taken up that role now. He's playing the Mira, and he had to rotate off of, I'm guessing, Smoke in this instance. So, yeah, a lot of versatility coming out from this roster, and it's great to see from them. Hopefully it works out, because there is a lot of things you have to relearn when you're switching up, changing roles like that, even if you are a versatile player at heart. There is, still little tiny things like, for example, the 17 bullets that you only have in the SMG-11, and that's the extent of your long-range engagement capability.
I mean, that also comes down to, like, recoil pattern.
Right.
They're different per gun, and you need to know that. If you want to be a pro player, you need to have your gun specifically down.
And playing at this high level, it does take hundreds and hundreds of hours to learn about each and every one of those little ins and outs of operators. However, getting into this round, we do have 2 roamers coming out from the gBots lineup. They're going to be challenged by Snuka, repelling on that window. He's trying to cut off the rotation from those north stairs, just catch one of those gBots players off guard as they attempt to use said stairs. Renewals is going to be opening up the Geisha room. Sorry, I say Renewals, but yeah, Meepy's going to be opening up the Geisha room with his thermite charge. And, we didn't see any challenge at all really coming out from gBots.
What I do like seeing from gBots' setup is they have the 2 main corridors nailed down right now.
Yeah, and that you saw there, that was Troy. He was getting the pick on the Playing Ducks player, repelling on that balcony, trying to look through those north stair windows. So that rotation cutoff getting used against them and in the favor of Playing Ducks.
Yep, and now we're going to have Lackey out here. He wants to get rid of some of that barbed wire so he can rush down the stairs and potentially get Lackey on those north stairs. But for the moment, he's just trying to gas it out and just put a little bit more pressure. There's still plenty of time for the attackers to make their push, but Troy sitting right underneath of the window, going to look up, peek up, and Renewals will be there to decapitate him. A 4-on-4 ensues now.
So it was a good risk that Troy took earlier in the round to get that buck, but unfortunately, now it's predictable, and you're making it again, taking that same risk again, and it's going to work against you.
Yep. Now we've got Lackey here working his way on the window side as Renewals is going to be gassed out. Lackey's going to take quite a bit of damage and come back out on that northeast balcony. That Windows is his preferred site, or the preferred entry into that site, because there is the barbed wire still managing at the top of the stairs. Dread, however, still holding down that back stairwell.
Yeah, and we saw there was a bandit playing in the Geisha room itself. That means the attackers opened it but didn't use it. Renewals with a pick onto Lion, though, is going to take control of the B bomb site. He's going to get traded back by Drids from that Geisha room.
Yep, and that looks as though it was Drid who nailed him through the wall. It looks as Baraz will also pick up Lackey as he does come through that windowsill, getting stuck inside of that barbed wire. Meepy's going to have to come in through that northeast doorway as we've got Zeronic, who I think is on the bottom of the north stairs. No, he's actually on top of the cubby there. He's working his way. He's down Drid. Wesker's going to try to pick him up here momentarily. There's 10 seconds left to go. 2-on-3. And Zeronic's going to see one, goes for the shots, cannot make it. He's got to hop into sight, but right there, you've got Drid, who's right behind the reinforced wall. He's just going to heartbeat sense it and mostly get the shot down. And ultimately, we're going to have gBots take round number 2.
So that was a really good round defense from gBots. However, it was an interesting, more importantly, it was an interesting attack from Playing Ducks in that they opened up the Geisha room, but then proceeded to not utilize it whatsoever. And that is kind of counterintuitive. Why open the angle if you're not going to utilize it? And then more importantly, because they didn't utilize it, then gBots were allowed to establish crossfire with their players in A and deny even the plant into the B bomb site.
Yep.
And all it would have taken, I have to feel like, from Playing Ducks, all it would have taken to win that round was to position a player in that breach hole they opened up from the balcony into Geisha, who can then get the pick onto the Smoke, the Pulse and the Bandit, who are playing in there.
Yeah, I mean, once that wall's opened up, you could even just hold it from outside, open up the window.
Yeah, you don't have to go in.
Buck, if he didn't get picked off, and I know he was holding down the rotation from the bottom of the stairs, if he would have gotten up, gotten onto that Geisha window, that first wall, that kind of half wall that extends into the room.
Buck that open,
and the entire Geisha room's now opened up.
Yeah, and it might have been that's their strategy, is to then move the Buck from the rotation control on those north stairs over to the Geisha window to try and lock that out. And that just didn't happen because they didn't have the player available. But at the same time, you need to fill that role, man, because it did end up costing them that round. Having those extra lines of sight for gBots to be using to work on that, picking off players when you're pushing into the site itself, it's just too much to handle. I mean, when you're not accounting it, when it comes down to the strategizing,
It seemed like
I feel like they were trying to just open up the thermite wall to scare them out and then just ignore it.
It's a little bit like, okay, we're gonna you probably don't have any black camera or black eyes in here, and so we're gonna open it up, force you out, and we're gonna play that risk game with you. And ultimately, someone, most likely the Pulse, was like, hey, there's actually no one around.
Yeah.
So
well, he was playing on the stairs. So yeah, he must have just camera
realized
been
there was
like,
no push.
there's nobody there, so now we can just take over control of Geisha and establish control over the entire floor now.
Now we are going to get back to the game here momentarily. Here we are with round number 2 in the books. We're moving on to round number 3. It is 2-0, if I remember correctly, for
No,
gBots.
it's 1-1.
1-1?
Both of these teams have won a round, if I recall. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. gBots won their defense, Playing Ducks won their attack, and now we're going to be seeing Playing Ducks moving up to that karaoke tea room, which is, I mean, this is what we expect to be seeing.
Yeah, so it is 1-1.
So gBots, yeah, they won their defense. Both of these teams actually, I think, won their
both
defense.
teams. I was gonna say one team won attack.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I got
both
my
teams won
wires
defense.
crossed. So yeah, both these Playing Ducks, they won their base or their lower. I say basement. They won their kitchen defense, and gBots they won their upstairs defense, which means that Playing Ducks again they are going to be on the upstairs defense now, which is for most teams again is the preferable site. So the fact that they got that kitchen out of the way means that in all likelihood they are going to be going into a much more comfortable site for them now. As it's probable they just picked kitchen to try and mix up the gBots attack.
Now,
And it did work for them.
Maybe I haven't played Skyscraper too much, but those 2 mirror windows inside of the karaoke room are new to me.
I mean, I didn't quite see them.
They're by smoke right now.
Oh, look at
Maybe
that.
he's going to be playing in there.
So oftentimes what you'll see in that left wall where the mirror is, on the left one there, you'll just see that opened up and a mirror on that right wall. So, but having those 2 mirrors there is going to allow for the player playing in B to actually remain crouched when he's standing up the north stairway, because oftentimes it can be that you will see those challenged to the floor there. However, a good attacking player is going to know of that position and probably bucket or ash it from underneath. So we'll see if that goes down coming out from gBots in this round. They are going to be attacking similar to how they did last time, but a little bit lighter on the east side, as well as there will be a roamer coming out from Playing Ducks waiting for them in that trophy room.
Now, it looks as though Playing Ducks is going to put a little bit more effort into maintaining control of the Geisha room. They had their bandit in there. That's going to be Snookin.
Well, now they're defending upstairs, so I mean, yeah, they're going to be, definitely.
Well, it's contradictory because gBots didn't. gBots let it open. They didn't have anyone inside of Geisha at the time of it getting open, the last defensive hold.
Yeah, they just left it alone, and it is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of teams these days, they have been, I'm sorry, I thought you meant the upstairs as a whole.
Oh, and an nade's going to go in, and Wesker's face is going to almost get taken off. Snookin just cannot hit it, but renewals will pop on out. I believe that was from the balcony, potentially.
At the same time, Ash Charge is coming up underneath the bandit. Going to do a little bit of damage, but unfortunately for Ash, not going to get the final pick onto him.
Now, you did talk earlier about Buck or Ash trying to be underneath of the smoke to either just get him out of that position or open up the mirror walls. You can see the hole there, which I think Smoke made himself. But
well, I don't think it was above the stairs. It was in the hallway outside of the stairs. Or no, there was. There was one above the stairs. But it's interesting. He's playing it on top of the couch instead of just over the floor itself.
There's that Ash Charge you were talking about.
Yeah.
With that, Choi's going to open up one mirror window. He's going to go for a second. Will Meepy be able to see him before it does? Nope, both windows will get opened up. Choi's going to back on out. Renewals gets that kill into Drid as a trade comes down, and Baraz will take him down. Snookin still inside of that Geisha room as we have some attackers moving in from Drum. That's going to be Baraz here. Taking out the camera, now moving up forward. He's looking in towards B site. Typically that wall's reinforced so that you can't get this long angle, but Baraz is going to take advantage of it. Snookin, though, very cautious. He knows the hole is here. He's working his way, making sure that he won't get picked off, but it looks as though he might be spotted here momentarily.
Oh, the timing.
Now Snookin did spot some Baraz here, and right underneath the camera, more wall bangs are going to happen here. He's going to get hit a little bit and does not get the shot, but Lion will take down Meepy. That's going to force Baraz to back on out of there with about 5 health left. Ryan has taken control of B. He's going to go for this plant here. So Ryan actually got Choi from behind. A good kill there. And then there's Zerlaki and Snookin to take down the final 2 kills in a moment's notice.
So those mirrors being opened actually working against gBots in that instance, but overall the defense coming together, it really didn't seem very concise at all. Sorry, the attack didn't seem very concise. They didn't really have an idea to actually take the site. You know, they had a player coming from each and every different one of the angles, and because of that, there weren't very many trades coming back into their favor. I mean, you saw Hibana get into the site itself, but that's just through one player's pure active aggression, and then unable to plant because there's no one to cover her. It seems like gBots, they weren't all together as a team, as a unit, going into that particular attack, instead opting to come from each and every angle they could possibly find. And that usually doesn't work. I mean, because the problem with that then is you're opening yourself up to single engagements.
Yep.
And that's just coming down to player skill, whereas the defenders, they are going to be having still 2 people to engage your 1. But now we are going to be having Playing Ducks going into their kitchen defense. Now, gBots, they were pretty successful on this particular, or sorry, gBots are going to be kitchen defense.
gBots tried to attack this round number 1 and were unsuccessful at it.
Yeah, and now they're going to be, gBots are going to be defending it.
And with that, we did see Drid go up to Geisha to reinforce the wall. He's going to be staying up here with Wesker.
So we've seen actually opposite site defenses and opposite site victories coming out from both of these teams. So if the record holds, if the trend continues, we will see gBots lose this defense, but I don't see that as likely. I mean, they've been having a good time going into their defensive rounds for the most part. And, I mean, I say for the most part, they're 1 defensive round. And, you know, it's going onto this basement, they are setting themselves up in a good way. And coming out from Playing Ducks, what's going on?
I was going to say, Renewals is going to have to be careful, because he does have a pulse right outside the window from kitchen, where he could hop right out, because he went back downstairs.
We've been seeing a distinct lack of pulse so far on this map, only 4 rounds in. But it's good to see him coming out now, going into this kitchen defense. I mean, there isn't a very heavy roam game at the same time from gBots. There's not a whole lot of control going on in Geisha, which is different to what we're used to seeing, especially considering they are playing a bandit in the kitchen itself. Renewals is trying to get that angle onto Barrage, but I don't think he's going to get it.
No, Barrage knows that he cannot get out of that cubby until that wall's going to force him out of there.
And that's the whole reason he's playing there in the first place. So we'll see if the Thatcher Thermite game is good enough to get that open, or if they're going to opt to go for Geisha. Oh,
there is no Thatcher game. I mean, there is a Thatcher game, but he's not even anywhere near the site. So I think what they're trying to do is take over this top floor. Meepy's actually going to try to bust his way in here. The drop hatch has been opened up successfully.
There's no bandit or mute to actually stop this Thermite coming down, but there is a pulse to receive the attacking players as they start to challenge into Geisha itself. Dred playing it very aggressive, and doesn't look like Playing Ducks is aware of his position here.
They don't. What I fear he's going to do is take out his heartbeat sensor. Now that's going to give away his position. He's going to go out here, go for a rush. He's not going to see Meepy, though.
Uh-oh, Meepy's going to use another drone. That's going to make him aware of Dred's location.
And there comes the shot from Meepy, a glorious headshot there onto Dred, taking out the pulse to make the 2nd kill of this round.
That was good by Meepy to be very cautious and use the 2nd drone instead of going in blind, even though he knew there was a player in there. He didn't know exactly where. Now the attacking squad, they have, for the most part, taking control of upstairs, but they still have to contend with Troy, who's playing in that yellow corner, and Wesker on these north stairs.
Now Wesker's being he's got to get away. He took a little bit of damage there from that. Snuka doesn't know he's all the way up, and he's going to get that kill onto him as Renewals takes down the bandit of Barrage. Now a 3-on-3 with 35 seconds left to go. We've got a couple bits of damage being done to Renewals here inside of the Geisha room. Looking on down, Meepy's also trying to take control of that here, but the gas grenades are going to force that to be a very detrimental drop for the attackers. Troy still inside of the yellow cubby as we've got our Wesker at the top of the north stairs, working his way down. Zeronic's going to get up top. 15 seconds to go. Looks like Renewals will drop into kitchen as Zeronic's coming to the kitchen window. Now, Renewals has been dropped off. He's been down, but not out at the moment. Meepy's actually going for the plant. He does successfully. Wesker tries to go in for the jump into the window. He will go down by Zeronic here. And there's going to be the end of the round with Meepy and Zeronic each taking a kill of themselves.
So, Playing Ducks taking their next attack round, and gBots, on the other hand, neglecting that Geisha hold when it comes to the downstairs. Now, the problem with that is, once you've established control over that Geisha, obviously you can just then shoot anyone who's playing in the kitchen. And that would be all well and good. If you want to forfeit, just give up Geisha control, that's fine. As a defensive squad, that's fine. If that's part of your plan, sure. But then the next problem if you face is you're playing a player in kitchen, so he's going to get picked off for free as soon as the attackers have established control over Geisha. So it was kind of they're playing the worst part of the whole Geisha conundrum, and not actually taking that into account seemingly. Having that, what they tried to do, what gBots tried to do is they tried to take the Drid playing that pulse and just stick him in Geisha and say, okay, you hold it. And unfortunately, that's relying too much on an individual player's skill, and not enough on teamwork or utility whatsoever. And because of that, all you have to do as an attacking squad is exactly what we saw Meepy do, which is drone it out, get the free kill.
I would argue, I think there's a discussion to be had about the Geisha room, actually the Geisha wall, holding that down being more important and more valuable than the kitchen wall. Because you can still hold that kitchen wall from the top.
No, I agree with you. I mean, there is a whole conversation to be had about that, but at the same time, the problem is more importantly, like, you can...
Oh, he's going for a very aggressive peek. He's going to
Whoa.
rush on out. Will it take some damage? No, he's not. He's going to hop right back into the bathroom and behind the bar.
The problem isn't that they forfeited Geisha control. That's not the issue. The problem is that then after they forfeited Geisha control, still had a player playing a kitchen. So not only do you lose the person who's trying to contend Geisha by himself, but you then lose the player who's playing a kitchen by default. I mean, it's 2 free kills.
The plan could have had some more work done.
Right, right. All the same, now we are going to be going into gBots. They're going to be attacking the same exact bomb site, which is that barbecue kitchen. And Playing Ducks, they were previously successful in this particular hold. Now they are going to actually have to contend with I think that was a bandit playing in the Geisha this time. Yep.
That's going to be Snookin'. That's his home for now.
So there is a Thatcher on the attacking lineup, and if you do it correctly, if you use your Thatcher grenades correctly and couple them with Hibanas, it's very difficult for a bandit to actually challenge that. There are ways to be doing it, such as shooting your battery as you hear the Thatcher grenade hit the floor and before it detonates, so that you can then place a battery down in the process of the Thatcher grenade detonating, but it is a very high skill level technique. Barrage going to get a kill onto Lackey as he himself goes down.
Yep, and so Zeronic being very cautious here. Going to try to bait him and then just decide, nope, we're just going to get the kill, come back over here, give away my position, and then he's going to move back over into Pantry.
Looks like he's just waiting for Troy here to challenge him, and he knows that's all he really has to do. With a minute 20 on the clock, his best bet here is to waste as much time.
Oh, and he's going to get the down shot onto Troy and knock him down. Drid going to try to challenge this as well, now that his teammate's been taken down. Zeronic could get a 3K here. He's going for it, just barely missed his head. Now he's scooting around here to the side of the barrel, or side of the boxes. Drid's going to try to play this close range here. Zeronic now knows he's close. He's going to go for the kill. Goes for the crouch shot. He cannot get it. Pulls out the deagle. The hip fire shot will take Drid down. That's a 3K here for Zeronic. Now Meepy's going to try. He's down here inside of the bar, inside of the barbecue lounge, and lying on top of this little roof. On top of the reception area. He's trying to look for him, but Meepy gets that shot with a pixel angle and will take him down. It's a 4-on-1 at the moment with Wesker hitting up with about 70 health left.
Wow, a fantastic roam game coming out from Zyronic. In fact, I believe that was a 4K.
That was.
And then some unfortunate timing we saw there from the Hibana, holding the angle and then coming off it as she gets peeked. But all the same, what's happening here is gBots, they are trying to clear it from east to west. And that is a very common clear, or a very common attack strategy on Skyscraper. However, they're being unsuccessful. They're having trouble dealing with that roamer game. And it seems to be that they're not droning out the areas before they clear them. And they're challenging these defenders blind. And it'd be nice to see from the attacking gBots lineup if they could have one player maybe stay in spawn, drone out these positions before they then progress. I mean, we see on maps like Clubhouse, for example, going into a basement defense, the attacking squad, they will drone every nook and crevice on the off of the bomb site on that first and second floor, apart from the basement, before they actually start moving their way into the building. And, you know, it's odd that we don't see that on a lot of other maps, especially ones like Skyscraper, where you can easily clear out the entire east side of the building with drones before you start progressing into the building itself.
I agree with you. I'm seeing more of a stalemate kind of situation with a lot of play. Like for example, we've constantly seen, I think it was Zeronic on Valkyrie and Troy on Buck playing inside of the karaoke room and North Stairs. Multiple times they were back and forth right next to each other, and it didn't seem like they really knew, like 100% that someone was there. Yes, Troy finally opened up the wall and ended up killing Zeronic, I think, if that recalls, two rounds ago. But it still just seems like there's a lack of drone game happening here.
Yeah, it's possible that it is holding back both of these teams' attacks, but it definitely held back gBots in that last round. Now, we are going to be Playing Ducks. They are going to be going on to their attack. It is 4-1 in favor of Playing Ducks. Match point on this first map, Skyscraper. Again, between these two teams, each and every round does matter. One of them will not be going to land, the other will. Playing Ducks looking extremely strong going on to Skyscraper. We'll have to see if they can push it out to the second map right off the bat here. And, you know, I feel like this map has gone by extremely fast. All of these rounds seemingly to progress pretty quickly. I mean, I think we've had one or two that come down to the last 20, 30 seconds, but apart from that, it's been fast executions. That last round, Zyronic got 3 kills in the first minute, I believe.
Agreed. Yeah, I think these rounds are definitely progressing quickly.
Yeah, Jaeger has been taken down. Didn't quite see the engagement, but he is prone or on the floor, and the attackers, I think they just saw that on their drone. So now they're going to try and look for that kill through the wall.
He's going to toss in one grenade, see if he might be able to sneak Dread away.
Just barely.
The nade kill will not do the damage it needs to, and we will have Troy getting picked back up.
So I'm guessing Troy probably got down through some lucky spray through the window, based upon the fact that kill was not secured. However, half the round left, and Zlaki getting the first kill onto Wesker. Wesker was roaming upstairs, I believe, and now Playing Ducks progressing their way onto, well, upstairs.
Yeah, we do have, I want to say, Renewals outside on the west balcony, right on the other side of the line. And this is the droning game that we wanted to see. Renewals is now knowing where some players are. You've got Lackey coming up those middle
Look
stairs.
at
Right
that
now he's in
barbed
drum.
wire.
That is a lot of barbed wire there.
Yeah, all up in the main hallway, trying to deny that versatility coming out, or the maneuverability rather, coming from the attacking lineup.
Looks like Medusa got a haircut or something.
That's clever. I like that. So from gBots, we are seeing more commonplace mirrors coming out.
Oh, a good tribe there, but it will not be in his favor, and that's going to be Lackey. Oh, that's Lackey and Baraz actually took each other down, maybe? No.
No,
It's
it
just
was
an
the
instant trade.
The Ash got the pulse, and the Barrage got the trade back.
Gotcha. Now, Meepy's going to work his way into Geisha. He spotted Lion there. He's going to try to move on over. And Lion just now knows he's kind of pinched.
Yeah, but at the same time, 2 versus 3, 22 seconds on the clock, with Snookin getting that kill onto Choi. So there is still a chance for the defenders to win this round if they just hold out for 15 more seconds.
Yep, now Sledge actually repelled in below. It looks as though Baraz will take down Renewals. Sledge repelled into below and coming up the north stairs, I believe. Meepy takes down one. He will be traded off, and Lion will actually down Snookin, and he will go down.
Yeah, so Baraz with some nice play on that A-bomb. You saw there from both of the attackers as they attempted to challenge him, he was just barely peeking his head around the corner of the bomb, playing that very well, knowing where the last 2 attackers are coming from, or last 3 attackers. Well, no, yeah, last 2 attackers.
Sledge, and Thermite.
I think, I can't remember who it was, but one of them got downed earlier. All the same, that was a good play by from Baraz playing off that A-bomb site, and now we are going to be seeing gBots trying to make their comeback happen. It's going to be 4-2, still in favor of Playing Ducks, but at the same time, not quite as much.
Yep. Yeah, so, like I said, it is 4-2 right now. Playing Ducks is up by 2. They win this. It's map number 1 in their bucket, and they only need to win 1 more of the next 2 maps. From Playing Ducks so far, one of the things I want to say is this seems like the Playing Ducks that we've seen previously. This is not this is not the Playing Ducks from earlier this season. This is the Playing Ducks from Season 3. They are coming out very strong. They are working together. They are being very
well, the season,
very strong with their play.
Since the Year 1 Season 3 roster, they have had some pretty significant roster changes.
Yes.
So they're not the same exact team, but there are a lot of similar players on there, and I do agree with you in that they are playing up to par and up to snuff. Is what we saw from them at the season, well, at the previous season finals. I think it was, yeah, it was Season 3.
Yep, I do like seeing the Frost play here, though. That second welcome mat that Zyronic had placed down, you can't see it. It's a pitch black corner.
Yeah, and there's a little pot all over it, so you'd see a little bit of debris to cover it up even more so. Like these, yeah, I like these frost traps. They're good frost traps. Good job, Zyronic. I like that.
Now, one of the things with that bathroom welcome mat is, yes, they might know that it's there, but they also know that they're going into basically a death box.
Yeah, they're going to be challenged by one of the defenders. In this instance, going to likely be Renewals or Zyronic. Troy going to be challenging those 2 players, however, from the front door, trying to get that pick early into the round. Also, opening up that front door cuts off a lot of the roamer rotation, forces them onto the south side of the building, and to use that as their only form of rotation. However, they still have that open to them. So, a lot of the problems that gBots have been having in these attack rounds is the lack of a droner game, and it seems like they're being a lot more cautious and doing just that, droning out these positions on the roamers before they move into the bomb or into the building. Troy capitalizing on the drum game, getting the pick onto Zyronic to start out this round.
And it looks as though Baraz will be taken down by Renewals for a trade. You still have Troy and Renewals working their way back and forth here. They're going head-to-head here. Renewals has managed to make his way over here to the house lobby right outside of the master bedroom. He's actually probably going to go lurk upstairs for a bit. Now Troy still wondering where is Renewals going to pop out from. He's like, I'm already gone. I'm going around to the top. Now with a minute and a half left to go, it's a 4-on-4. We see Wesker working his way out the northwest balcony top floor. Drid still trying to collapse on Renewals along with Troy, who is working together with him. Snookin now is going to have to hold down to the Geisha all by himself. Now that's a Thatcher and Hibana. They're going to have to do some magic here if they want to get this working, and it looks as though Snookin will have to evacuate, potentially. There he is. He's going to have to get on out of there, and that's going to be Wesker and Lion going to take over Geisha Room in a moment. 60 seconds left to go on the clock. BP still situated by his north wall, facing those stairwells with both mirror windows. Again, this is something that they've definitely practiced multiple times. They know the angles that he can and cannot be seen from Geisha. So he's feeling very confident right now. He's in a good location.
So yeah, gBots in this instance, previously they've had trouble with the roamer game. In this instance, they've established dominance over the bottom floor and cut off said roamer game with only losing one player in that engagement. Snookin going to be challenging onto Wesker. Just going to light him out, and he's going to actually get downed in return. A nice shot through the wall coming out from Wesker, but
he doesn't know that just yet, and Lion will take down Meepy from the window there, and they're going to progress into B site. Drid coming up the north stairs there. He'll take down Lackey, and we've only got one left alive. That's Renewals, as we have Snookin, who has been downed, but so has Lion. It's a 2-on-1 at the moment, unless they're going to pick up their players. 10 seconds left to go. Renewals will not pick up Snookin, so it's going to be a 1-on-3 momentarily, and there's going to be the final shots coming out of Troy's gun to take down Renewals.
gBots continuing their attempt at a comeback here on Skyscraper, winning their next round. Now, it was interesting that what we were seeing from gBots, again, we talked about this earlier in the round, but previously they've had a lot of trouble with the roamer game coming out from Playing Dogs. They've just challenged it and lost straight up, losing 4 players in one instance to that roaming Valkyrie. However, in this particular instance, they droned out underneath the bomb site. They didn't dwaddle over on the east side of the building too much, inserted themselves straight into the building on the first floor, challenged onto the roamers and traded evenly and then maintained control, and which allowed them to later push into the site with full 4 players and plenty of time to spare. So that was pretty much, again, that just came down to them establishing themselves a lot more cohesively, a lot more in a fashion in which they're not actually losing tremendous amounts of time and players and utility, for that matter, to the roaming game. Now they are going to be defending that kitchen bomb site, which is they've struggled with this particular bomb site so far in this map. I think it was them who, unfortunately, they didn't hold Geisha. They attempted to put Drid on Pulse in Geisha in an attempt to hold it just off that. But unfortunately, he has no actual utility to really help him there, aside from the Pulse sensor, if you count that. And apart from that, you're just really relying on one player and his individual skill to hold an entire room that is crucial to your hold as a whole. And I don't think that's the right way to handle that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely other options that you can do. You can put Baraz up there. He's got the bandit batteries, and I mean they did reinforce the drop hatch, so they're anticipating Geisha. Even if it does get taken over, maybe they won't have enough time.
So yeah, it looks like they're still gonna leave it, but at the same time, it's not gonna matter too terribly much. But on the flip side, he's a thermite. He's gonna have 2 charges. You know, he'll. But actually, if the thermite, since they don't have a Hibana, if the thermite opens up the Geisha wall, that means he can either open the kitchen drop down or he can open up the kitchen wall.
Yeah, and if he hears that, he's just going to skedaddle out of the kitchen, one would hope.
Right, so what I'm saying here is that there are 3 walls to be breached going into this attack coming out from Playing Ducks, and only 2 ways to breach them. Lackey going to be getting the first kill onto the bandit who's going to be abandoning the kitchen wall. That's a nice kill, and he's there also going to be opening up said kitchen wall.
There was no coverage from A. This looks like it might be almost like a flip side plant where they just rush right into the A site, get it on down inside of the barbecue room, and Lackey right now is just going to the bathroom right now.
Yeah, not quite a flip side plant, per se, but definitely flip side initiative going into that A bomb site without worrying too much at all. Lackey gonna get his 2nd kill out of this push, getting onto Drid, who kind of just walked up to him with his pulse sensor and was not expecting an Ash in.
Now, Troy is still very confused as to where Lackey might be. Lackey got out of the bathroom. He's now over inside a restaurant.
He's just playing a real slippery, sly game on that Ash, just throwing the defense through a loop. And unfortunately, it's going to put them in a really precarious position here. 3 versus 5 now. And they still have the attack, still has plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, gBots right now, they are not they're not covering each other.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lackey, the fact that he was able to jump into A, get the shot onto Bandit,
Uh-oh.
there's going to be another kill. Now Lackey can rotate again if he needs to. He's only got Wesker looking for him. Lackey will rotate behind the bar. He's going to take those shots at Wesker. He will not get hit. He will also not hit Wesker in return. And then we've got a 2-on-4 at the moment. Wesker's been called out by reception. You've got smoke inside of the kitchen. We're going to have a collapse here by playing Ducks momentarily, and this could be the final round of this map. It's looking very much like it. Wesker's trying to hop over the bar, going to Pantry, but will get picked off by Lackey.
That's
Last
the
minute last
4K.
go to Lion here inside of the kitchen. In a 1-on-5, he's got Snook and he's going to pre-fire. The hip fire shot will come out of the
And
SMG
the ace.
and down him, but Lackey takes that final kill, and I believe, like you said, that might have been an ace there.
That was an ace coming out from Lackey. A fantastic round from him. He waltzed his way into the A-bomb site, picked off the Bandit, and then proceeded to then pick off the rest of the defenders one by one. So you were saying, I mean, we're going to see it playing Ducks collapse, and I was expecting that too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we should have seen, but they didn't really need to, as Lackey was just in there picking off defenders one by one.
He would get a kill, rotate, get a kill, rotate, get a kill, rotate. And like I said, gBots was not covering each other. They were not covering each other. You didn't have the communication saying, okay, do you have my back? Do you not? Because Bandit, ultimately, Bandit has one job if he's in that role in kitchen, keep that wall secure. He's not supposed to pay attention to other windows or anything else. That's the responsibility of your team.
He obviously had his Bandit battery out, sitting next to that kitchen wall, just waiting for the thermite to be planted. And unfortunately, what ended up happening is the Ash, he knows he's going to be, he knows that Bandit's going to be sitting next to that wall. So all she has to do is then vault into the window and immediately pre-fire to her right. Likely got that kill through the wall itself, even if there wasn't a hole open. And then from that, just some great play from Lackey. I mean, we could talk about his strategy on that map, but coming out from the attack, there wasn't a whole lot. They established themselves around the site looking for those picks into said site. But mostly what it comes down to is gBots, like what you were talking about earlier, not watching the A bomb site. I mean, if you don't have any influence, and we've seen that actually a lot from teams on Skyscraper going into this lower floor defense, they don't have anyone actually playing in the site itself. And in this instance, gBots, they not only didn't have anyone playing in there, but no one was looking at it through the holes that supposedly must have been put in the wall to bar.
Yeah.
So
here's Lackey's 5K right there. That's
that was a great
magnificent
round.
job.
Yeah, but so it really just comes down to a lack of coverage coming out from gBots, really. And,
I
and
feel
it's
like
weird.
that's-
It's weird to see. I have to wonder if they just haven't practiced Skyscraper or what's going on there.
I can definitely see a difference in the play between playing Ducks and gBots, and playing Ducks were definitely more comfortable on Skyscraper than gBots were. When you started seeing players get taken out from either side and seeing how the teams reacted, playing Ducks reacted better to when their players were taken out than gBots did. When a player was taken out on gBots, they seemed a little scrambled. They were freeze. They were like, we got to look. We got to pay more attention. And that's when they were like, they were kind of like deer in headlights almost.
Yeah, it did seem like that. I definitely agree. Unfortunately, gBots, we saw in the earlier rounds, gBots, they were attempting to clear the roamers from the east to the west, and it just continually did not work for them. However, that aside, Skyscraper's done now. We're going on to the second map, which is Oregon. Hopefully, playing Ducks, gBots, they'll have a better bet going into this particular map.
Can't we do Skyscraper again? That was a fun one. I want to do it again.
I mean, it's good that we're not, for gBots' sake, because they obviously...
For gBots' sake,
yeah,
yes.
they obviously didn't really know exactly what they were going to be doing on Oregon. So they are going to be having a Caveria, or Cav. I'm just going to call her Cav because I'm not going to butcher that name any more than I already have. We're going to step away from that for a second. Anyway, we're having a Cav coming out from gBots, going into this first round on the defense. And we've seen Cav played a couple times in the Pro League before, but mostly by FPS Zed. Having seen her played, even on Oregon, especially on Oregon, actually, from FPS Zed. However, not a whole lot of play from pretty much anyone else.
Yeah, I think this might be her first appearance in the EU scene.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm trying to recollect, and I don't remember seeing her face. So that's going to throw our statistic junkies through a loop. They're going to have to change it from a 0% to a 0.5%, 1%, something like that. But all the same, Cav, look at that. Surprise. The gBots, they are going to be defending the basement first, and on Oregon, both. I feel like a lot of teams, they switch between preferring the upstairs and the basement. You know, it really is. They're both extremely viable. It used to be hard upstairs. A lot of teams preferring the kids' bedroom, very much so. But as soon as Mira got released, she makes it a lot easier to hold that lobby drop push, and thus made basement viable yet again. It looks like that mirror is open, but it is in fact not. That's just a spectator error.
One of the things with Caveira and being all the way up in the top of Red Tower, I feel like her job right now is, or for the basically 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this round, are to just be on cams, call out what she sees. Because typically what happens if they're pushing from the front, they're going to have one attacker. If the attackers are pushing the front, the attackers will mainly have one person trying to rotate around back, cause a little bit of distraction to make them think that, okay, we need to be wary of both sides. I think Caveira is going to be very useful towards those final 30 seconds.
Right. And more to elaborate on that, even like if it is a lobby push coming out from Playing Ducks, if they have the drop down open, and you said last 30 seconds they're making the push into the bomb site, Cav can very silently cover the ground between tower and the lobby itself. That ground being meeting hall, and actually not having footsteps is pretty significant when it comes to that exact push.
Now we are having renewals here on the side of Armory, looking on down the main stairs. Maybe seeing if someone's going to peek, but they know. gBots knows not to peek this. Yeah,
we will be having, for the most part, a lot of players in the site, but there are 2 players from gBots sitting in tower waiting for Playing Ducks to progress onto the site, and they, unfortunately, Playing Ducks, they didn't drone this first. You could see the glass. He's completely exposed right now.
He is, and it looks like Drid is going to go for this. He's actually going to give away his position doing that.
I can't help but feel that was a mistake, but I don't think they... Oh, wow.
He's not paying attention to it at all. Zeronic might just get interrogated here. Drid's going to work his way down. Troy's going to go for the kills here. Will he get him injured? No, he's going to go for the final kill and actually just take them all out. And Drid will go down as he tries to hop outside of the window, as Lackey will take him out for the count. Now a 4-on-4, with Lackey being hurt a little bit there in the back of Red Tower.
Some opportunities missed there from gBots, unfortunately. They did get the kill onto the glass, and they did, but unfortunately, again, they were traded back because Cav tried to do a unnecessary rotation through the outside door, got caught off guard. There were a lot of options still available. As I say that, Ash is going to be dropping into the hallway, get picked off by Baraz.
And Lion will take down Meepy, and Renewals is going to get a trade onto Baraz, a 3-on-2 at the moment. Looks as though Snookin goes down, and Renewals will get the kill onto Wesker. Lion takes down Snookin, who's been injured. It's a 2-on-1. Choi, however, comes up from the drop patch and gets the final kill into Renewals. And that's going to be round 1 going to gBots.
That sledge got downed by the battery dudes.
Oh my lord.
That was hilarious. So Playing Ducks, some interesting aggression coming out from them there in that attack. They had themselves positioned in a good manner to take that lobby drop down, get the diffuser plant, just smoke it off, and do a standard, lobby take. Unfortunately, they instead opted to kind of spread themselves a little bit thin, having people drop down in meeting hall, push into tower, and then they just got picked off one by one as in their respective pushes. And just a lack of being together as a unit, as a team on their push. In the end, there is what ended up costing them that round, as well as not cutting off the rotation from the Jaeger coming into the lobby at the end. The very, very last few seconds. Now we're going to be seeing Playing Ducks. They are going to be defending their own basement going into this next round.
And Snookin playing the Bandit. Now, what we saw, like you said last time, what happened there downstairs, Sledge, I think you said it was the one that got injured by that Bandit battery on the mirror wall facing the storage closet.
He probably would have died to this peeking smoke. I understand that, but it was still hilarious.
I'd say that's an assist nonetheless. I mean,
yeah, good job, Bandit. Good job. It's like whenever you get a kill with your Claymore and you're like, oh, did you see that, guys? I'm insane. Yeah. I'm so good at this game. Oh my gosh, Claymore kill. Now we'll see exactly how gBots, they're going to choose to handle this attack. A pretty standard lineup coming from them. No Thermite, but a Habana. Apart from that, a Thatcher, Sledge, Ash, and Blackbeard. So no big surprises there. I think this is a pretty, it's a nice lineup. Not going to be having a Glaz, which is contrast to what we were seeing from Playing Ducks a lot in this matchup so far. They've been opting to bring that Glaz to the majority of these rounds, if not all of them, in fact. Renewals is going to be roaming in that attic, looking for the pick. Ooh, nice pixel angle. Looking for the pick onto any player who might rappel onto the roof. But he is going to be spotted out by Lion's drone and then sprayed down through this wall by Braz.
Now, he does have the sandbags and the shelving unit that he can get some coverage behind, but as you said, he's kind of stuck here at the moment. I don't think he's got the wall reinforced behind him.
Yeah, the dilemma here for him is that, okay, yeah, he's safe from fire, but unfortunately, he can't do anything. If he peeks onto a Blackbeard, he dies. If he moves, he dies. All he can do here is waste time and drones, and if he's successful, that's great. But it's all up to that puts it in the hands of gBots. When you're as a roamer trying to waste time, you put yourself into a corner. That means the other team, the attacking squad, they get to choose how they handle it. And it looks like they're going to thatch for the ADSs and nade Renewals out.
Now Renewals is going to be killed off by this nade there momentarily. Oh no, Barrage is going to get that shot from the master bedroom window.
Yeah, Renewals, he saw, all right, the nades are coming in, it's my time to peek, and he went for it.
I feel like that was a little, that was not as expected from gBots.
Yeah, okay, so.
Or from PDux.
Yeah, so as a roamer, yes, waste time, but if you're putting yourself in a corner, you're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Because as soon as the attackers establish that you can't run away, all they have to do is then, well, lug nades, and they even had Thatcher take care of the ADS so that wouldn't be a worry at all. Now the man advantage is in the favor of the attacking gBots lineup. Playing Ducks, they still have a roam game going on in Snookin' though. So
Troy has taken a lot of damage here, and it looks as though Snookin' might get this kill into Troy's. He peeks on that. He's going to go for it. He downs him, but he's going to have to rotate on out. He cannot give that up, and therefore it looks as though Troy might get picked up here momentarily. And she got to. That was a smart move. Instead of trying to be that aggressive, he knows he got the injure. He's going to waste 20, 30 seconds trying to pick him up. Snookin' now is just trying to play this game here, and Troy actually is going to get retaliation and take Snookin' all the way down.
42 seconds left on the clock, 5 versus 3 now. It's looking pretty grim for the Playing Ducks defense, and overall, on this map, gBots are looking a lot stronger than they were on Skyscraper.
We say that, but Meepy's here. He hasn't used any gas grenades. That's his first one.
Right.
So he can hold this off. That's his second. He can hold this off for about another 10 to 15 seconds.
Oh, he can absolutely hold it off for the remainder of the round. It's going to come down to whether or not Troy is going to be able to make anything happen here. Playing Ducks Lackey, fortunately unable to spray down those feetsies.
Oh, a double people right here. It looks like he's going to go one and down, and that's going to be last man alive for the defenders. It's going to be Mira, and that's Lackey. He's still inside of the closet, I want to say. No, he's not. He's outside of the closet. 2 men left to go. That's Wesker and Barrage. Wesker going to go for the plant as Lackey's moving on forward. He takes down one. He's going to rush in, and this is going to be Playing Ducks getting a grand, fantastic clutch. And now it's a 2-0 lead here for Playing Ducks.
Well read by Lackey to peek just at the right moment. Unfortunately, the Blackbeard was looking the wrong way. That engagement was very much chaos in that round.
Sorry, 1-0, 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. So that engagement was very much chaos going into that round. I mean, we saw both teams continually trading each other back and forth and back and forth going into that lobby attack. However, again, it was a case of, what we saw from Playing Ducks in their attack on the basement was, spread out, and we're engaging 1 versus 2 on the attacking squad. It's just not working for us. I mean, and then what we saw from gBots on the flip side, yes, they attacked as a unit all together through that drop down, through those main stairs, and they got it a lot closer. So the basement beat defense working for both of these teams, but gBots, again, making a much better run of it.
Yeah, gBots, I think the one flaw that they had there is when they dropped Hibana and Ashe together and that through the drop hatch of Laundry, Ashe was already so low on health that just a single magazine could have taken both of them out, and ultimately I think it did.
Yeah.
So it was like a 2-for-1 deal there, and then you had Blackbeard and Thatcher, the last 2 alive. Blackbeard, I don't exactly know where he was looking, if he was looking at the Laundry cubby, or he was looking at main hall. But
he wasn't looking at the main hall, and that was the real problem in the very final seconds, is that Blackbeard was covering the wrong angle. And, there were 3 angles to hold. However, I say that, and at the same time, an easy way to deal with that situation, and of course, pressure must have been getting to him, but an easy way to deal with this situation, and I know he knows this, is to just prone and hold one of the 2 angles then that you were exposed to prone. It cuts out at least one.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble you have to take.
Well, no, the problem, the thing is again, there are 3 angles. There's the closet with those mirror windows. There's the closet rotation hole into Laundry, and then there's the hallway itself. So when you're crouched behind that, behind those shelves, you're exposed to all 3 of them. Yes, you're a Blackbeard. Yes, you have a shield, but you're still exposed to all 3 of them. Which means that if they come from the opposite angle you're holding, then your head is exposed, and that's the case. That's what we saw happen there.
Yep.
Now, if you go prone, you're only exposed to 2 of those 3 angles, and you can dictate which one that is. You can go for a 50-50 bet because they can only come at you through those 2 angles. They can't rotate through the mirror windows.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, he didn't take the risk and go for that 50-50 chance. Instead, opted to go for the 1 in 3, and it didn't work out for him.
Now we are going to have Drid roaming around here inside of the meeting hall along with Wesker. Drid hops on out, goes over to the bathroom. Now Zeronic is playing inside of the bus, which we actually saw Laxing do against...
We saw both teams in that matchup do that. Play Glaz or...
Jarvis was going up against Laxing in that fight. Jarvis picked Laxing off twice.
Yeah, Ominous actually also played players in there, though. I mean, both of those teams challenged on that kid's school bus into that window, and I think it's just to cut off the rotation to the upper floor. It makes a lot of sense, but it's also very dangerous. Now, however, let's talk about this Playing Ducks attack. What they're doing here is taking control of that tower, cutting off the rotation, and then they're going to be pushing their way onto the B windows, as well as having Zeronic here playing on this big window to establish a bit of a crossfire.
They are going for that Kid Storm's push, and
it's very common.
It is, and they've got the gBots has smoke underneath. They have Valkyrie underneath. I think the Valkyrie is underneath. That's Wesker. So they have the utility to throw up C4 if they need to, get those gas grenades up. They have basically the ability to stop a 45-second time plant.
As we say that, though, Wesker gets picked off. That's the one C4 down, and Lackey has established control over Meeting Hall. Now he's going to challenge onto Drid and Choi, who are playing in that kitchen, but unfortunately, there's only 45 seconds left to go. He's got to get pretty aggressive on these kitchen players if he wants to progress this round in his favor. Smoke has rotated around into the upstairs and is going to come back onto the site, play a little bit safer.
Yep, he knows that time is dwindling down. Troy's going to have to hold down here with her. Who's going to move first and who's going to see first? It looks as though just at the last moment we're going to see Troy try to rush out, or Lackey try to move in. But a 4-on-5 is ensuing right now. 15 seconds to go. Looks as though Lion takes down Renewals. That's going to be the signal for Meepa to push on in, but Miraz takes down Zeronic. A 4-on-2 now. However, Dredge with the shotgun takes down Meepa. Lackey's going to go down, and it's going to be gBots with just a 5-man kill right away, and that is going to be the win here for the defenders on gBots. It's now 2-1.
So we are seeing from Playing Ducks so far on Oregon, similar to what we saw from gBots on Skyscraper, which is just a little bit less cohesion, a little bit less, pushing in as an actual unit, as a team, and more spreading out, especially on that last attack. We were seeing players, I mean, I feel like there were probably 2 players who were anywhere near each other on the attacking squad there, and the rest of them were just getting picked off one by one by one. And that is not good, and it's unfortunate to see coming out from Playing Ducks. They had a pretty good clear, taking control of that meeting hall early into the round, which allowed them a lot of versatility, a lot of movement, freedom to attack into the B bomb site through those windows. But unfortunately, they didn't have anything set up or in place to deal with the players who were in kitchen, who had those holes lined up through the kitchen floor, or sorry, ceiling, into the B bomb site floor, through which could see the windows. And because of that, they got picked off on those windows. Now we're going to be seeing Playing Ducks. They're going to be defending their upstairs.
Now last time we saw Renewals, this was on the downstairs hole, but last time we saw Renewals inside of the attic, and I can't help but think that they are going to play someone in attic here, seeing as how they are reinforcing that north side.
Yeah, it's possible that we will see someone playing in attic. You know, it's a big question whether or not you should play in attic as a defensive squad. I mean, it's viable and useful as a rotation, tool. However, it's also very exposed to that window. It has direct line of sight access from the roof itself, from those attackers. So it comes down to really an advantageous challenge for the attackers, but at the same time, if you're good enough as a defender, I have seen people make it work in their advantage and get those picks in the opposite direction.
Yep.
As it stands, though, gBots, they're going to be moving their way into taking control of that tall tower, which leads me to believe that they will likely be doing a very similar attack to what we were seeing from Playing Ducks in the last round, which is tower, take control, deny flank, establish control over B windows, repel into B windows, plant. However, at the same time, Playing Ducks, they are going to be doing a very similar defense equally. Well, they will be having those holes opened up and 2 players in the kitchen itself, and through those holes in the kitchen ceiling and the bedroom floor, they will be able to see the 2 windows in the bedroom.
Now, I saw where 2 castle walls were. We had one at the main entrance wall, and main entrance door into meeting hall. We had another one going into, thought I saw the double doors into dining. Where's that last castle wall? Maybe he's still holding on to it. I'm just trying to figure out what avenues they're trying to negate from the attackers pushing on to kitchen.
Right. Yeah, they have manipulated the bomb site quite a lot to, well, not just the bomb site, but the entire map, really.
Yeah, we've got Wesker and Lackey here going head for head. It looks like Wesker might get his head taken off here. Lackey trying to go for a couple pop shots right onto it.
Bomb located by attacker.
That's going to force Wesker to decide, let's drone this out a little bit more.
Play it safe. Why not?
He now knows that he's back right corner. He's not going to be moved up close. However, that will give Lackey time to negate and get out of there. Lion, however, picks up that first kill onto Meepa as Drid takes down Zeronic. 4-on-3 at the moment. Drid's going to be out here on top of the shooting range north windows of the B site. He's going to pick up another kill there onto Lackey. Plant's going to go down by Lion. Troy's on the back stairs. I'm sorry, is he on back stairs? No, he's actually outside of the window, holding down the big window here. And we're going to have Barrage taking down Renewals. Last kill. Last man alive will be Snookin. He's at the back stairwell now at the top part of it, moving on into the site, and there will not be any opportunity for him to get the win as Lion takes down his head.
So, from Playing Ducks, I mean, what we saw there for the first kill of the round going into favor of gBots is Meepy. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened there, but he relocated out of the big kid's room. He must have been getting pressure from those B windows, but he relocated out of the kid's bedroom and then into the A bomb site, which completely exposed him to the Ash who was playing on that big window. And it's interesting that he chose to do that. A lot of the times what we see, the defender who's playing in the B bomb site itself, what they will often do is try to shove themselves between the windows or in one of the corners and try to stay alive as long as possible to continue to deny that rappel into the bomb site. But because he exposed himself like that, somewhat unnecessarily, I might add, and because he got picked off. I know I'm trying to, I'm kind of emphasizing one particular player here, but it's a case of he was the linchpin in that defense, and unfortunately, as he fell, the rest of the defensive squad were unable to compensate for his not being on the bomb site. However, that is what it is. Now it is 3-1 in favor of gBots, and they will be going back into this basement defense. And they have, again, they won this first round that they defended it, and they've had it was pretty decisive as well. The Playing Ducks lineup, when they were going in for their attack here on this bomb site, they were just kind of spread out. They're getting picked off one by one. They didn't drone out the tower fully, which allowed two of the gBots players to then roam around and flank them.
Yeah, you had Choi and Drid.
Yeah, they were both playing up in this tower. Now we're just gonna have the Cav coming out yet again. It's a very interesting decision that they're bringing her here, but I think it's justifiable. She has those impact grenades, and you saw there the Cav was using those impact grenades last round to spontaneously make those rotation holes in the attic, which gave her a lot of options and versatility and movement going into the attacking squad. Playing Ducks are going to be clearing from the west side of the building, moving to the east side of the building, which is something reminiscent of what we see on a lot of maps, similar to what we saw on Skyscraper earlier today. They're going to be challenging directly onto Choi.
Yeah, now this is a little unfortunate for Drid. He's now locked down at the top of those back stairs. Renuas is holding down that angle, and below him, you've got, I believe, we still have Glaz, who is still looking down the main hallway. He's actually going to hop on out of there, move on over to Showers potentially, or up to the main window. But nonetheless, looks as though Drid will give away his position as he is at the top here. Renua's still trying to hold it down. He is getting droned out, though. So Drid has to play time at the moment and allow a rotation for Troy and Drid to work together.
Yeah, he's about to be cut off, however, from this Lackey. It's going to come down to whether or not the Jaeger can support Drid here and deny Lackey this flank.
The majority of the game is going to go up here as we have two members down. Looks like Troy will go down, and so will Drid.
Nope.
We also have an injured Sledge over here. That's Snookin and Zeronic. So yeah, that was a four-man down engagement. But
yeah, that was actually I think Cav got 2 pistol downs there.
However, Wesker's going to come around and pick up one. Can he get another? He can. He's going to capitalize on the chaos at the north stairs there. And now we've just got plenty of 3-on-3 action at the moment.
Yeah, so 3-on-3 action, yes, but also equally on the attacking squad, lots of utility wasted, lots of drones, and more importantly, lots of time wasted.
Yes.
And they're only just now with a minute left to go, opening up that lobby drop. They still have a roamer unaccounted for in that Wesker, and they don't have enough manpower to cover the flank and push into the site at the same time. So this is going to be a very delicate balance and dance they're going to have to pull off to win this round, especially with 2 anchored. Smoke and Mira both have C4. Well, one has C4, the other has gas grenades.
Now you can see the purpose of those shots by Wesker were just to give a little bit more, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. There's 35 seconds left. He wasn't going for a kill. He was merely just going to say, don't forget about me back here in kitchen. Now with 30 seconds to go, it is a 3-on-3. Zeronic's going to push on down forward, try to prevent the shots coming in. Lion just has to stay back here. He's going to go for the gas shots momentarily. Tosses out one towards that laundry machine.
He can just perpetually throw those gas grenades and lock out the rest of this round. He doesn't have to peek.
Oh, and he's going to go for the kill there with the SMG-11. He takes down Zeronic, and we could be seeing a win here by gBots. Wesker finally comes around, and he gets that shot down onto Snookin.
Yeah, last guy's down.
Oh, and the diffuser got planted. There's a down. Oh, but the Claymore kill. Man, if it was a one-on-one, you down the guy who planted the diffuser, then you die by the Claymore?
Yeah, could you imagine?
Jeez. But there it is. gBots will take this round, and we are now seeing a 4-1 up lead here by gBots.
Hey guys, you see my Claymore kill? I'm so amazing. Oh my god. Oh man, we were talking about that earlier, but yeah. gBots being just as dominant on Oregon as Playing Ducks was on Skyscraper. And this is, I guess, kind of what we expected to see.
Yeah.
gBots, they obviously didn't understand Skyscraper very well, and that's understandable. If you're not going to be practicing it too extensively, and you've got to ban too many other things, there's just, so much
you
ground
have to bite
to cover.
the bullet and be very confident in your other two.
Right, so not understanding Skyscraper, that's forgivable, especially considering how dominant they are being right now on Oregon. We'll see if they'll be able to carry that on going into, what was it, Chalet?
Yes, Chalet is the final map.
Fantastic. So, Chalet, both these teams are probably going to be pretty familiar with that. I think it is, I don't know of a scene, Xbox, PS, PC, and I don't know of a single Pro League scene that actually doesn't like Chalet. Maybe Brazilian Pro League, but I don't think so. I think they like Chalet as well. I'm pretty sure Chalet is one of the most universally played maps.
Chalet's just like that universal map that you're just like, hey, I enjoy this map.
It's a good, well-balanced map, and I feel like it lends itself well to strategy, as well as dynamic teams that, like PENTA, for example, who don't rely too much on, well, strategy. However, Playing Ducks back into the basement defense. So this was the one round that they have managed to win on Oregon. So if they're about to start their comeback, it's going to be now. Going back into the same exact site. They do have a castle and reinforcements going upstairs, which is going to entail very heavy roamer game going into this basement defense, which is, it's something we see a lot of. It's not necessarily abnormal per se, but it's risky at the same time, even if it is commonplace. Now, interestingly here, they impacted that, then reinforced it. They even put a castle barricade on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, so I feel like what they're doing here, I was about to say, why is Renewals staying in the same spot where he got killed off earlier, but that impact hole is going to allow him to get out of it.
Yeah, but there's the impact hole. What I'm saying is, like, they just kind of wasted an impact grenade and a castle barricade on this southmost side of Attic.
Yep.
But whatever the case be, gBots, they're going to be pushing their way in through the west side of the building, droning out for all of the roamers to then establish dominance above the lobby, so they don't have to worry about, well, roamers. Once they have that, they're going to start opening up that drop down and working their way into the bomb site. Get those picks and establish that diffuser plant. Ooh,
I like this from Wesker. He's got 3 holes that are opened up, just enough to see when the color changes. He's going to go for the shots and misses them.
Just barely.
And as Lackey ducks on down, peeks on back up, and he will take off the head of Wesker, getting the first kill of the 6th round.
Lackey is that player in this matchup today who is just deciding to win engagements that he should not win, and it's very impressive to see.
He's disgusting with that vector.
Oh yeah, he's really good with that vector. He's good with Ash too. I mean, he's been playing great this whole matchup. Got an ace. I mean, what can you say?
So Lackey right there trying to go for shots onto Troy, as Troy is now a little cautious here. I don't know if he fully opened up the wall, if that was the drop hatch getting opened up, but we still have a 4-on-5. I mean, now we have some bullets coming in through the pantry over here. Dread takes down that kill into Lackey, a wonderful kill. 4-on-4 now with 60 seconds remaining. Renewals is going to be up on top of the attic. Zoronic trying to draw attention to the back of Red Tower now that Troy's actually going to push around and possibly engage in that fight.
So it kind of seems like gBots, they are getting caught in the trap of Renewals getting that pick onto Choi. And just as I say trap, Choi falls into it. I mean, it seems, whoa.
A good peek on out there from Drid. From Meepy. You cannot keep your head exposed through that drop hatch if you have this double mirror.
Unless you have a Blackbeard shield, but I mean, even then
it's super risky.
Yeah, because you're dealing with the SMG-11 or any gun really is going to get enough bullets onto that shield to break it before you can even react.
Now there are 20 seconds left to go in a 4-on-2. We could see Playing Ducks get this victory here. They need it to stay in the running here. We've got a drop here from Baraz. He's going to get taken out. Last man alive is going to be Lion, and he's in the middle of the site. He won't get this down. He will be taken down, and P-Ducks wins round number 6. It's 4-2. P-Ducks still trailing by 2 rounds.
So again, the only site that they have had any success, attack or defense on, and by they I mean Playing Ducks, is that basement defense. I mean, that's all they've been able to win so far. So yes, they did just bring it back, I guess you could say, start their comeback. However, they haven't really been close at all to winning any of the other attacks or defenses so far on this map. And it's going to be difficult for them to now win the attack going into Kid Dorms in this round.
Yeah, and so they, like you said, they are going to have to attack the top side. They're going to have to attack the Kid Storms and
it's going to come down to whether or not they've managed to read the defense of gBots here. and are going to be able to actually read into it and adapt upon it, or if they're going to fall into the same trap they were. I mean, what we were talking about, we just talking about traps on the note of traps.
Yes.
So Playing Ducks on that last round, they did a fantastic job of laying out a trap for gBots to waltz into on their attack, and well, they did certainly. They had those players in the attic, and then 2 players by the back of meeting/tower, baiting the Playing Ducks roster into taking control of into forcing their way into meeting hall and then losing, well, I mean, losing very much slanted engagements.
So, I mean, I feel like Playing Ducks, they're trying to get back on their feet. Like you said, the only thing that they've been able to successfully win has been their downstairs defensive hold, which means this is not, on the books right now, this is not looking good for them to win this map, or actually have a comeback on this map.
Right, but they are going to be actually changing up their attacks, seemingly so far in this round. They are situating themselves in a position to take into that master/armory, but they are going to be faced with the barrage. It's going to be bandit tricking here.
Yeah, but now the EMP went out. I believe that took out 2 of Barrage's batteries.
So this particular attack is one that we don't see a whole heck of a lot of anymore going into Oregon. It's actually very abnormal, so it's cool to see, but at the same time, it's a big risk for Playing Ducks to be going for this Master Closet Armory take. I mean, you see Wesker there in the meeting hall. He's setting himself up in a position to easily run underneath the where the attackers are coming from and get that C4 from the bottom. Snookin's in a position to stop him, but whether or not he'll be successful is, well, only time will tell.
And one of the things that's noteworthy is there's no pulse. So if there's going to be a C4 tossed up, it's going to be a blind C4. And Wesker can still get it.
It's super easy, though. The room is tiny. Yep. I mean, you can cover the width of the floor basically with one C4. That simply. I mean, just throw it in the middle and you'll hit something as long as there's a player in there.
Yeah, so as you said, Wesker was lining himself up to run and get that C4, but Snookin, playing the buck, is able to open up that entire wall, so he's actually countering the counter.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the C4 to come from underneath. Renewals gets a pick onto Wesker through the lobby. That's going to cut off that C4 like you were talking about earlier.
So that is basically the majority of the stop here. However, there is Drid on that back west stairwell, so he is going to be able to toss up the gas grenades. He's got plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, and Troy was playing in the small tower, but unfortunately he will, well, not unfortunately necessarily, but he will get picked off or pushed off by that glass. However, that means Ironic is really far away from the site here with only a minute to go. He has to reunite with his team to help them on this push. There's no pressure coming out from, ooh, Troy gets a nice pick onto Lackey to even out the man, well, no, get it more into their favor.
Yeah. Shift W is not what you want to do all the time there, ladies and gents, and that is why Ash went down. Troy's now going to escape away from the danger that is Glaz, looking on down from small tower up the main hallway. 35 seconds left to go. We do have Meepy with the diffuser in hand. He's going to try to get into the middle dorms, but Troy and Drid are going to take down Zeronic and Renewals. The final 2 attackers are going to push themselves in. Meepy and Drid are both going to trade off. Troy, however, will get the last 2 kills, and we are going to see gBots take this map to their hands, and we are going into the 3rd and final map here on Chalet.
So, now, on that round, we saw the problem with an Armory Master take. And well, they didn't even take Armory in this instance. It was just a Master take. But all the same, we saw the issue with the Master take and the big glaring flaw in that strategy. And it is, yes, you can pick off the roamers. You can deny the C4 from underneath. You can put yourself in a significant man advantage, and they did just that. However, as long as, I mean, that was great roaming game coming out from Troy, don't get me wrong. He got those 2 picks, that was great. But as long as there's still a player established on the top of white stairs, and there's still a player established in big bedroom, I mean,
the kids' bedroom and the back stairs are the 2 key points to hold on that entire top floor bomb site.
Yeah, and the crossfire, as you're attempting to come from Master/Armory side of the building, the crossfire from the east push is pretty much unbeatable, and we've seen time and time again, as long as those 2 players are still alive on that defensive round going into the last 30 seconds, no matter what, even if it's a 2 versus 5, those 2 can easily still prevail, and they did just that going into this particular round.
Now here's that 4-man down, 2 on attack, 2 on defense, and Wesker was able to capitalize on that and get it back to a 3-3.
Yeah, and what could have happened coming out from Playing Ducks to keep themselves in that map on that last attack round, what could have happened is they could have had that Glass, instead of chasing down the Jaeger in the small tower, and then after that he pushed into the lower area of the bomb site. Instead of that, if you played big window, he could have helped out a little bit, maybe try to get a pick onto one of those peeking last 2 players on the site. However, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm moving on to Chalet. I'm thinking about Chalet, and I'm like, I think this could go into like a 6-5 overtime because these
Yeah,
two
this
teams,
could go either way.
These two teams have shown they both can roam. They both have roam games, and this is one of those maps where the rotation of roam game is very paramount.
It's all gonna. I mean, this kind of goes without saying, but
Yeah.
it all comes down to whichever team has practiced the map more. I
Yeah.
know. Surprise,
Or
surprise.
countered each other more.
How well we're not seeing a lot of a whole lot of that right now.
Yeah.
I mean, basic counters, yes, but just like on like super low strategy levels, like nothing surprising.
Yeah.
Like no, we know you do that, and we're
Yeah.
just gonna be ready for it.
It's not like invest half of your utilities in cave tunnel to prevent Flipside from getting in.
What I mean by team who's practiced more, we are actually going to get into the match right off the bat here.
Yep.
But to elaborate on what I'm saying about that is like Skyscraper very clearly playing Ducks understood the map a whole lot more. Oregon very clearly gBots understood the map a whole lot more. And what we were seeing as a result of that from both those teams on their respective maps is the team that is more familiar with that map played more cohesively, more together, especially on attack, and were able to deal with the roamer game like you were talking about earlier. And then more to elaborate or to go on from that, they were allowed to actually push into the site in more just a better fashion. I mean, not losing players to that roamer game early on is really helpful. And when they're trying to challenge roamers one by one and they're not droning out efficiently, I mean that's indicative of just not understanding the map at all. So, who understands Chalet better? That's the question.
We'll have to wait 11 rounds to see, I'm hoping. But we are going to be here on the first round of Chalet. This is the third map between these two teams, the third and final map.
And
now,
again,
the importance of this,
yeah,
the importance of this map here, the importance of this series. The winner will secure that third invite to the LAN event here in Katowice, Poland on May 20th and 21st. The loser, unfortunately, will not receive that invitation, and it all comes down to this map.
Yeah, they're going to go bye-bye, unfortunately. So this is it's very significant for both these teams. We're going to be having a pretty heavy roam game coming out from gBots. 2 players in the library side of things, and they're going to try and hold on to that top 4 as long as possible. From library, you don't necessarily have to exert your dominance over the office and master bedroom to keep that, just a lingering thought in the attackers who are coming from that end of the building. You have to worry about us later. Wesker going to be playing in the bush, and it's funny. The bush has been utilized in this west lobby. The bush has been utilized for a long time, since the beginning of the game,
We
really.
might just see Snookin go by. No! Looks like Snookin's going to say, I see you, and I raise you a headshot.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've seen that bush utilized since the beginning of the game, and it actually still works. Amazingly, it still works. Who knows why, but if sometimes you just hide in there, I guarantee you do it in ranked a couple times, you're going to get a couple free kills. Just go for it. Sit in the bush, see what happens. Just see what happens.
Just get a green body skin on as well, like Caveira's,
yeah.
or a lot of times cap cans also works.
Yeah, no, I mean, you could do it on attack, too.
Yes.
You can come in it like a camouflaged Ashe or Jaeger or something like that.
Ooh, a very brilliant shot there by
Drid.
Drid. Through the display case onto the face of Lackey. That's going to even out man count 4-4 with half the round to go here on round number 1.
So that's a good pick, like you said, to even out that man count. But we are still half of the round gone now. The attackers have only just now managed to start to push their way into Master. Drid's going to be playing in this little entryway. It's ironic, going to be cautious of it, but run away and come off the angle in the end. He's going to instead try to push his way onto what appears to be, he's going into that bathroom.
Yeah, Zeronic, unfortunately, didn't check that angle as thoroughly as he should have. He could have gotten an easier kill there, but he allowed Drid to escape on out of there.
Yeah, now actually he might get pressured from the pulse. Can't quite see coming out from that little entranceway. We'll see exactly what happens. It is going to be Meepy going for the opening up onto this west lobby wall into Trophy. Gonna have that Thatcher grenade coming down from the bottom. But Troy in a good position.
Underneath, he's gonna take out the thermite, and however, Zeronic looks around at the at the right time, just a little bit too slow in that trigger finger, and Troy will get that traded down.
Pulse is going to be playing it a little bit safer. Instead of challenging out behind West Lobby, he's going to just go ahead and keep maintaining control of south of the building on the bottom floor, on the first floor there. That's not going to actually help them at all going into this defense as the attacking squad. They're not pushing the the south at all.
Yeah, so we do have Drid getting back on site. There are, I believe, no roamers left. Zeronic trying to move in forward, but Drid's going to take him down. That's Diffuser who's down in line, and Barrage each going to collapse on Snookin and Renewals. Just an instant 1 second, and 3 players are killed off. That's going to be gBots taking round number 1.
So great synergy there, guys, to push in all together. But unfortunately, it was one player to each lane, and because of that, there was no trade back potential coming out from that attack. They lost their initial engagements, and thus the round was over. So that Pulse coming from the south through his own barricades on that lobby 2 dining hall caught the Glaz off guard and helped open up that round, or sorry, lock out that round for the defensive squad. So a little bit of a lack of a clear coming out from, excuse me, a little bit of a lack of a clear coming out from the gBots, sorry, from the Playing Ducks attack there.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that we can see that turned around here on the attack side, on the defensive side. We've got Playing Ducks here trying to go with, I believe it was a Continuum strat from Season 3 or the 6 Invitational.
I mean, it's an anybody strat. I mean, we've seen this a couple times from a couple different teams. Continuum is one of them. I think Continuum's the only one who's actually used it in Pro League.
Yes.
I say we've seen it. I mean, I've seen it a couple different times in like scrims and stuff like that. It's an experimental strategy that can work, absolutely. They're going to be incorporating the Miras into their strategy here, and we'll see if that helps them out going into the defense. So you could say that Mira, they put in office, a little bit exposed, right? Not necessarily, given that the Mira is, sorry, the only way to actually establish dominance on that Mira is to get onto the balcony. We see what you're trying to do there. Oh!
Does it get there? We'll have to take a look and see if maybe he's going to check it afterwards. But Drid gets an early kill under Renewals. That is very unfortunate, taking out one of the 3-speed operators. That's Jaeger.
Yeah, that's going to hurt the roamer game coming out from Playing Ducks. I believe that was into the library, either the library or the bathroom, as Drid has established himself on this radio tower.
Now, Zeronic all the way downstairs, going into the master garage, the big garage down there. Maybe he's going to try to rotate back into A as the window gets opened up. I do not want to see Snook and try to challenge this against Drid. I want to see him stay inside a library without risking it. He doesn't need to risk it. He's already got one teammate down.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that. We'll see exactly what goes on. I don't think he is going to be challenging it, given that the defensive strat from Playing Ducks is seemingly very heavily pivoted around holding that library. Zeronic going to get a trade onto Choi. That's going to even out the man count, and that's Ash off the board. That's a significant kill. He ran out that garage and killed Ash as she was outside the door he's standing next to right now. He's going to use his pulse sensor to look for more heartbeats, but he just barely missed Wesker, as he's now rotated around to the west lobby side of things. He's still a little bit working. I mean, he's worried about that that bathroom window. He's trying to establish some sort of information on it by throwing out that drone, but he's going to have a hard go of it.
Now, Zeronic will hear Lion repel to this. I don't expect him to necessarily. He's going to check for other drones. Oh, Wester's going to spot him out. Now he's got to go. He's got to run, try to evade Drid's shots, and it just is not enough. Drid's going to pop in 2 shots. One of them's going to be a headshot into Zeronic. Lackey, though, gets the trade down onto Wesker. You've got a minute 20 here to go, and it's still a 3-on-3. Snookin's back in L as we've got Meepy here inside of the A site. Last defender, where's he going to be at? I think he's inside of the bedroom. He's inside a bathroom or bedroom at the moment.
Well, that's the last. There's 2 defenders on site now. There's Lackey in the bathroom, and there is Meepy playing in this office. Now, that Mira, which has not been seen in the previous metas, of course, her being Mira being a new addition, is actually going to influence this attack quite a lot, given that all of the remaining gBots players are coming from this balcony.
And there's no need to get rid of that barbed wire, so they're either going to hop through the window or they're going to go through the barbed wire, either of which they have a very good crossfire. Now, Drid is going to watch this onto Lackey. With 35 seconds to go, Fire's going to be pushing him off of the window, but not enough that he can't actually peek through it. I believe the window has been opened up all the way. Mirage is going to go here, try to cover Lion as he goes for the plant. Drid's still out on the balcony here with smoke covering his booty. You've got a 3-on-2 now that Drid finished off Lackey. Or Lackey finished off Drid. Now Baraz was able to get Snookin down a 1-on-1 here. Diffuser has been downed, and you've got Lackey coming out, and at the wrong time, Hibana will go for the shot and miss. Lackey, however, will pick up that kill in the line, and we are going to see P-Ducks take round number 2.
So, an unconventional defensive strat coming out from Playing Ducks, going up to that master bedroom, and it worked out for them, certainly. Even though their mirror window got opened up, I think it was actually very much earlier in the round, maybe. But even though that got opened up, they still managed to make use of that position itself going into the last final seconds of that round when gBots decided to push in through that balcony. And it was interesting that they opted to go for that particular take, given that it was very clear the Playing Ducks defense was entirely situated around holding a balcony take. I mean, Yeah, it's just an interesting way that they chose to handle that, especially, and they droned it out. They knew the mirrors were there. They even opened up the mirror. I mean, I guess they just figured they must have detoothed the defense after opening up that mirror, but it just didn't work out for them because they didn't have control over that bathroom. Because of that, they had to enter themselves into a crossfire.
Yeah, I feel like if you're 3 people, Glass go on the balcony, smoke out, do whatever, have your Hibana or your Buck, whichever one has the diffuser, go up there as well. Have the last person get onto that bathroom balcony so that you can get rid of that window.
He didn't even need to get onto the bathroom balcony. Is the funny thing is he could have just stayed on the radio tower. Drid could have stayed on the radio tower the whole round to win that round. Because I mean, he started out there. He got a pick from there, and if he had remained there, he would have maintained control over the rotation hole in bathroom, denied the rotation into bathroom, and thus the crossfire, and allowed his teammates to plant that much easier. Because you saw there, they had everything on lockdown going into the final seconds of that round. However, I mean, I say everything on lockdown, void bathroom yet again.
Yep.
Now, we are going to be seeing Playing Ducks going into their attack. And a much more conventional bomb site coming out from gBots. They will be defending the basement.
So a lot of times players will ask, what is the point of shooting one bullet into the windows at the top of the garage here?
Really?
That is just to make
People ask
sure.
that?
Yeah, I've had a lot of people ask me recently, and a lot of that is because they need to make sure that those windows are still intact so that C4s don't get tossed out.
Yeah. I mean, if you're on the attacking squad, that's absolutely what you do. Because sometimes it's hard to see the glass itself.
They are going for a very quick plant here. Meepy trying to go on in. Lots of gas grenades. There's smoke grenades going out. They are not in a position just yet, but the gas grenade does take down Meepy. Lion's going to get 2 kills here. One with his SMG, one with the gas grenade. Diffuser does not get planted. Renewal is going to try to go for it, but stands up in time. And this rush is not working out for them. Wesker going to get 1 kill onto Renewals, and now it's a 2-on-5. We still have 2/3 of the round left to go. You've got Zeronic and Snukin, last 2 alive. Nade's going to go thrown in. Now he's got to pick up the diffuser back on out of there, and this is not what P-Ducks needed to do.
Yeah, not what they needed to do. That's not a strat, guys. That's not a rush, nor is it any sort of take, really. Open up the snowmobile.
It's relying on glass.
Okay, yeah, you could say.
That's all it is.
It's not just relying on glass, though. It's also relying on the fact that there's no smoke, there's no C4, there's nothing in a position at all to kill something behind, a smoke grenade. But we'll see if they manage to salvage this round. It is 2 versus 5. They have every opportunity here to still lock it. I mean, nope.
Ooh, there's a good peek out from Lion. That's his 3rd kill of the round, and it looks as though Wesker's going to get the 2nd kill of his round here, taking down Snukin. This is a flawless round here from gBots.
So again, that's not a strategy at all. That's not a strategy. It's not a rush either, because it's not a strategy because you're only opening up one wall. You're trying to push into the site, and sure, rely on smokes and glass, but that doesn't work. You can't pivot off of that. It's like what we saw on Skyscraper earlier, where gBots tried to put a pulse into, or was it gBots? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was gBots. They tried to put a pulse into Geisha and just rely on Drid on his individual skill to hold Geisha, which was the linchpin in their defense. They could have made it not the linchpin and backed off of that to void Geisha entirely, but they didn't. Anyway, that's not a strategy. Relying on one person to hold down.
I didn't pay enough attention to the Thatcher to know if he was throwing in extra EMPs after the plant was going down, trying to time to get rid of the gas grenades evenly. Like, it's possible that that's what they're thinking. Hey, maybe we'll get lucky and risky. It definitely isn't reliable. But
yeah.
I'm trying to come to terms with what was the point of trying to breach into such a singular spot?
It's not a rush because you're opening up directly into the bomb site where you will always have players in a position to stop said take. I mean, a rush can be like coming from an avenue that a team won't necessarily expect 5 players to be coming from all at once. That wasn't that. It wasn't a take because they were only opening up one wall. They weren't going. Snowmobile take is you open up the snowmobile garage and then you open up the bar drop down. You start to establish crossfires on the defenders.
You come down back hall.
Yeah, you open up multiple avenues to give yourselves advantages on the attacking squad, and you use your drones to then give yourself information that the defenders won't necessarily know about. And in that instance, you weren't using drones, you weren't opening up multiple avenues, you were just attempting a rush that can't be attempted. But
Choi.
Gets
a very good shot there onto Snukin. I don't know why Snukin was there. He saw the bullets. He heard the bullets. He just decided, I'm just going to stand out here like a deer in headlights.
Yeah, I'm very confused right now.
Playing Ducks showing that they've got a little bit of some kinks that they need to work out. They got to iron out some wrinkles.
I feel like Playing Ducks, they're trying to get a little bit too aggressive here. They're trying to make something happen that they don't necessarily need to make happen, both on attack and defense. and they're getting away from what we expect to see from Playing Ducks. Playing Ducks, they're a fantastic team with great strategy and new ideas. We've seen it before. They are a strategy team as well with some interesting, again,
We saw
strategies.
the top floor hold work for them.
Right. But what's happening now in these next 2 rounds? I mean,
so maybe what they're trying to do is, one of the things with teams is, for the most part, their strategies, a lot of teams will develop strategies that are one-paced strategies, or they're a one-paced team. So maybe what Playing Ducks is trying to do here is change up the pace. Say, okay, you think we're going to react slow, we're going to be slow, now we're going to go hot, now we're going to go speed.
Okay.
And they're trying to do that, but I don't know if it's going to work.
gBots, or sorry, Playing Ducks. Ooh, Playing Ducks, yeah, no. Zoronic's going to get picked off by Wesker as they droned out that corner and knew Valkyrie was playing there. Troy would have gotten the kill anyway, even if Wesker, or even if the Valkyrie had managed to kill the Buck. However, now it is a 5 versus 2, heavily in the favor of gBots. And if what you're saying is true, Playing Ducks, if you did in fact switch gears to try and throw gBots off, switch back please now. Do it right now. Come back, all right? You still got time. I believe in you.
Now we do have Renewals working his way down the L hallway, looking in towards Master Bedroom, where we've got Baraz. I would not expect some wall shots there unless he actually hears him all the way. Baraz will be killing off Lackey and be called out in the top drop of that Master Bedroom. Now Meepy's going to have that fire air to deal with. Renewal's still working his way forward. He sees the Claymore. He's going to take it out, try to rush on in, and goes for the kill, and he gets it down. That's going to be a good kill by the Anchor, taking over that top floor with Diffuser planted. It's now a 3-on-2. Renewal's popped on out of the balcony to take down Drid. He's now trying to make sure, okay, do I hop out of balcony? Do I move in forward? What's going to happen? And there it is. That's going to be the last of the Gaskin. He's going to peek on over. He gets that kill onto Troy. A 2-on-2 now. They know that Lion's going to be there, and Lion takes down Renewals. He's going to go for that Bearing 9 kill. Cannot get it. A 1-on-1 now. Wesker against Meepy. Now, Meepy is going to take over control here. He's going to have one grenade to deal with that actually might do it. It does. That is going to be a Kobe toss of the evening here, ladies and gents, as Wesker takes down Meepy.
A great grenade from Wesker, and an attempt, a very fantastic, I have to say, a good job by Playing Ducks to try and get that comeback. However, because they were 2 men down so early in the round due to seriously unnecessary aggression. I mean, playing a Valkyrie in the corner in Big Garage. We saw that earlier in this matchup, and everybody expects that. And of course, it's not going to work for you. It hasn't worked for anyone yet. And then we saw the Bandit peeking out West Lobby. You never peek out West Lobby. It's too open.
Snookin', hello?
It's hard to catch the attacking players as they're coming up from their spawn. I know it must have been Snookin'. He's just, I'm going to catch him off guard. No one ever does this. And you're right, Snookin'. No one ever does that. And there's a reason why. It's the same reason that nobody defends CEO on Bake. I mean, we see that happen sometimes. But, you guys get what I'm trying to get at here. It's not, nobody roams on Clubhouse basement hold. Comparison.
Yeah, wasn't that was Playing Ducks?
It doesn't work for the.
Tried.
I think it was Playing Ducks. Maybe it was gBots, but actually it was one of these 2 teams.
Yeah.
They were roaming.
It was one of these 2, and it did not work for them.
Actually, you know what? Now I'm pretty sure it was Playing Ducks.
Yes.
And they're continuing that trend going onto this map, and I like that they're trying to mix things up, but it doesn't work, guys. It
doesn't work with the current meta. Now, if there's a new operator that comes out and he's got a 360-degree shield around him, make it work.
The thing is you say it doesn't work with the current meta, but what I'm saying is, like, it doesn't work time-tested. It's the sort of thing you don't run on Clubhouse Basement because it doesn't work, because it's been tried and tried and tried again, and we know for a fact that it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So don't try to force it out. I get that it's unpredictable, but I'm a broken record. Anyway.
We're here in round number 5, ladies and gentlemen. gBots is up 3-1. You still have Zoronik getting up here onto the balcony. He just wanted to make sure, do a little jig on the ladder, make sure that he wasn't going to be picked off by that office door. Gets rid of the cam now, and they now know that someone's up here. Window has been opened up. Zoronik is going to go head-to-head here. I think that is Troy by the fireplace.
So Zoronik, he's trying to open up these angles onto these roaming defending players on the library.
Oh, and he gets that shot from the back stairwell.
That was fantastic. That's the second time we've seen Troy challenge from those west stairs onto the balcony and get that same exact kill. Last time it was a Thatcher, this time a Glaz. All the same, putting his team in the advantage man-wise.
Now it looks like Baraz is going to have some bullets raining down upon him from above, as we've got the top hallway opened up here by Snookin'. They do have to be very cautious of Drid, though. Drid is going to be here inside of the library. Now, now he's not on site, so he's not a threat to the people in Master Bedroom.
So, so gBots, they have 2 roamers right now, but as of this moment, they're not heavily influencing this round. Troy got the pick on the player who was holding the roamers from the balcony, but they aren't actually going for the players who are attempting their take onto the site. They're not trying to push into Office, they're not trying to push into Master, they're just playing it safe. And it could work out for gBots that they're playing this patiently, given that Playing Ducks are struggling to open up avenues and pick off players in the site itself.
Yep, now Snookin's still doing some redecorating here, and oh, there's going to be the C4. Tossy hears he's going to get on out of the site. Out of the way of harms from that C4. Now Wesker will pick up that kill onto Meepy. C4 is going to go out, but he will get killed off by Lackey underneath. Enemy's been detected outside. Who is running out here? I don't know. That might have been Troy.
I think that was Troy on the outside west lobby. Barra is going to get a pick onto Lackey.
Oh, Renewals will peek around L and take down Troy. However, that was a full-out trade between the two. 3-on-1 at the moment. Snookin, last man alive here. He doesn't clutch this. We will be going into match point and series point for gBots.
Yeah.
Now he's giving away a little bit of his intel here. He's coming on down the stairs. 25 seconds to go.
He's got barbed wire and a 3-way crossfire to contend with here.
No grenade utility.
Yeah, so
he's moving on forward here. And now this is going to be the end of the round. Snookin gets picked off. 3-way cross.
Yeah, that's to be expected, to be completely honest. I mean, he would have had to have been some aiming legend to lock out that round, especially with the lack of information. But all the same, that really came down to, again, the gBots roam game was pretty good, They played passively and then spontaneously burst into action onto those players in the Office master bedroom when it was necessary, as well as they got a pick early on. Troy onto that glass playing for... So the glass, what he was doing on that balcony was specifically... his position there was specifically to counter the library roamers and deny them access, deny them a flank to the rest of the attacking squad who is coming in through Master and Office. And that's why we weren't seeing from Playing Ducks, that's why we weren't seeing them attempt at all. Here we're going back to the Master bedroom. That's why we weren't seeing Playing Ducks attempt at all to clear out the roamers, because they were relying on that glass to hold the roamers back. Then he wasn't there. They didn't put anyone in that position, and it ended up costing them. Again, Playing Ducks coming back onto their Master defense. This was the 1 round they have managed to win on this map. So if they're going to start their comeback, it's going to be now. This is so reminiscent of Oregon, guys. This is exactly what happened last time. It was 4-1 gBots and
Playing Ducks got their second win by winning the same defensive site that they won previously.
Yeah, and that was basement. And so we'll see if Playing Ducks can continue to do that and put themselves back in it. However, they also didn't win Oregon. So it's looking pretty desperate for Playing Ducks here going into this map.
And I mean, this is basically what we just talked to Meepy about in the interview. We asked, how do you come out of a slump, or how do you rally when your momentum is not in your favor?
Right.
And his words are wise. I just think that they now need to have this talk. They need to say, let's get out of this slump. Lackey's going to take 1 bullet to the chest and have massive damage done to him.
It's amazing that Lackey was not expecting a glass on that radio tower after we had him there. He got a pick onto Jaeger just this last attack round on this same bomb site.
So Renewal is now being very cautious of someone coming up the ladder there. That's a typical angle you'll hold. You almost never want to come up that ladder unless you've already got you're throwing up nades, a smoke grenade, whatever it may be, or you've got control of underneath.
So to be completely fair, I like the Playing Ducks setup. They have control of both the ladders onto these balconies outside the site, and that's the only way you can get onto those balconies via the ladder. And then the balcony outside of the site of B is, well, it's controlled by the Mira, which is an Office. So again, gBots are strategically at a loss. They aren't really sure exactly how to be pushing into this bomb site. And because of that, we could see Playing Ducks bring this back to 2-4. And I think the odds are pretty good for that.
I think so too. I agree with your analysis of their setup, of where they're set up, how they're trying to hold their angles. They're not giving away too much.
The only 2 ways that Playing Ducks can be challenged right now, or 3 ways, I guess, are from underneath, grenades, buck, and the like, and that's unlikely to happen. That requires strategy and planning. Ooh, some aggression coming up from Meepy is going to put the man advantage into Playing Ducks' favor. Troy getting picked off early. That's the Ash gone. That's a lot of firepower.
Ooh, and Lackey's shoulder might be taken out here. He's trying to use a lot of ammo. He sees the little pixel shoulder right there. He cannot get it. Lackey's still going to stay in position for the time being. A 5-on-4 coming out here for Playing Ducks.
So the 3 ways that the attackers can challenge this are from the balcony the Lion is on right now, from underneath with the buck and grenades, or from inside the building itself, given that both of the balconies on the sides of the sites are unavailable due to control of ladders.
Now, Lion, unfortunately, is not peeking towards the wall there due to that mirror window, and that will allow Meepy to go out for that aggressive peek. Now he saw Glaz, but Glaz scooted around behind the Evergreen, and therefore this is all taken care of. 5-on-4 still going on the way here. 35 seconds left. We're going to have Baraz and Lion on the balcony. You've got Renewals trying to deny all this. Now he might get an angle here. Looks like a nade's going to come on in.
But he's going to die to this next one.
There goes that nade, and that will be Renewals basically down in the jacuzzi. 20 seconds remaining here. 3-on-4. Or sorry, 4-on-4. Blacking going to go for a little peek there, takes out Lion's head. Smoke grenades are going to get tossed into the bathroom. Baraz going to try to rush on in. He's going to go for the kill here as Wesker goes for the plant in the same corner that happened before. Now Baraz will pick up the kill. Nalaki. He's going to go on through the drone hole or through the crouch hole. Drid picks up that kill in a BP, and Renewals, like you said, is going to get that plant down. Now there are 2 members left. That is going to be Snookin and Zeronic. He still have no C4 in hand, but he does have a line of sight through the floor to figure out where the people are. Looks like Drid will get taken out by Snookin. Wesker inside of the bathroom here, as we also have Baraz.
Paul should be able to call it for his teammate that both of these players are in bathroom, but Wesker sneaks out of bathroom into Master, picks off the bandit, and Baraz gets the kill. Looks like through the floor onto the Pulse. And that is GG 5-1 in favor of gBots, and Series 1 for gBots. gBots will be going to LAN.
Yes, so gBots goes all the way to LAN after this victory. Basically, they were down a map, came back to win the next 2. So a very good comeback.
So overall, to summarize that matchup, we were seeing from Playing Ducks some fantastic new, okay, I say fantastic, interesting, and this is the same thing as their matchup that we saw earlier in the playoffs, interesting new interpretations. And it worked for them on Skyscraper, a somewhat undeveloped map, and that's great to see. But going on to these more common, meta's been developed and established, and you're trying to work against the meta, it's not...
I think... So one of the things I think, if you're trying a new bomb site on an old map, what you have to be wary of is teams, because they played that map so much, they're going to be able to adjust to changes more easily. Skyscraper, you throw out something new, people don't have that long-term historical knowledge of, okay, we've seen this before, we know how to get around it in a split-second notice. That in-game leader is going to struggle on newer maps to come up with how to go against something, whereas on older maps, that in-game leader is going to know exactly, okay, they're up here, this is what we're going to do to change up our way.
Yeah, so what we saw there from gBots going into that last attack, we talked about earlier, they had 3 actual solid ways to get themselves into the bomb site, or not necessarily into the bomb site, but to influence the bomb site directly, right? I guess 4 if you count the towers, but I'm not going to say that's really direct influence. Anyway, so bucks or grenades from underneath. There's the inside coming from the inside of the building, but that involves going through a maze that could be filled with
beautiful
roamers.
Kobe right here. He's going to hold it.
Lock out the round for the attacking squad.
He's going to toss it right on inside. Now, unfortunately, we cannot follow that grenade in, but we know right over the bomb, Meepy's saying, hello, I can catch it, and then he goes flying right back out the same way he came in.
All right, so on this round that we saw from gBots, their adjustment, what they changed here to win this round for them is that they, okay, well, not necessarily changed, but what they decided on was that, okay, we know there's only 3 ways. We're going to go through one of them, which is the balcony outside of the A-bomb site, because that actually gives us a lane to establish an attack pushing into the site. We know how to take care of a mirror. We can just wait for them to peek us, and they did just that.
Yep.
We know how to take care of somebody playing in the bathroom, which is to throw disruption in there and then push in, and they did just that. And, after that, after they established control over bathroom, it was pretty much over. I mean, you don't have that crossfire coming out for the defense anymore, and you could plant easily in the corner of the master bedroom. And the Pulse not having C4 underneath at that point already in the round, he didn't save it for the bomb plant. That is disheartening to see and unfortunate for Playing Ducks.
I feel like, yeah, with Playing Ducks, they were trying some new things, especially going up to that top 4 bomb site. They were trying these new things, but this is not necessarily the map or the arena, the situation that you want to be in to try something new. I understand having an ace in the hole and try to go that avenue, but this seemed like it was one of their tactics that needed more refined. To
be honest, the master bedroom thing was not what really peeved me a little bit about what I was seeing from Playing Ducks today. What kind of threw me off a little bit is that
garage rush.
There's the garage rush, there's the West Lobby rush, but there's there's a whole lot of things coming from Playing Ducks, some unnecessary things that I say unnecessary, and I'm not trying to overly critique here, but it's stuff that's been refined that to not work, like stuff that we know just doesn't fit into the meta, and it's interesting to see, but at the same time. It
is interesting to see that, to see them try to go against. I mean, sometimes you can't always, you have to question sometimes.
Right.
And like you said, it's been tested over and over again, but at the same time, maybe not by these guys. Maybe they had to test it. And unfortunately, that is the end of playing Ducks. We will see gBots moving into the land spot to go with Penta and Sisu. Speaking of Penta and Sisu, we do have that matchup for you guys right after a short break. So please stick around with us, and we will get on with the finals of our playoffs here for the European Pro League. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and stick around. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Pro League playoffs. We are getting underway with our final game of the evening. It's going to be between GiFu and PENTA Sports. These are our top two teams of the league, ultimately. And
yeah. Well, from the European scene, at least.
Yes, from the European scene. And these are two teams. GiFu has been a team that's been constantly at the top of their game. PENTA has
constantly at the second top of their game, yeah.
Well, top of their game so far.
In this season, yeah. Absolutely. GiFu's been playing phenomenally. They haven't lost a single map.
Yeah, and PENTA's one of those teams that has come out of the woodwork and surprised me with this season's lineup.
I mean, I feel like both of the teams have really come into their own in this particular season. We saw PENTA win the first Pro League season in year one. We saw GiFu, they've come to every single LAN event so far, but have as of yet been unable to push themselves into the first place seed. And both of these teams are looking like the team from, well, the European region, as they did make one at first and second at least. We don't know who's exactly which yet, but they did make it pretty far so far. They are looking like the teams from Europe who are going to be taking it if anybody does.
Yeah, like you said, we don't know who's first yet. That is what this game is going to decide. Who's first and who's second in order to seed them correctly in the LAN event. Now, we just got done watching the previous matchup between gBots and Playing Ducks. gBots took the third map to get their victory and secure their spot for LAN. That's going to be the third invitation of the European region to come to LAN.
And it was a valiant effort from Playing Ducks, some really great attempts at some newer things that we don't see a whole lot of in the Pro League, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them. gBots, with their old style of play, with their own, their basics and their, well, I mean, they've been around for a long time. Let's just say that.
Yep.
Pushed them through that matchup into the third seed.
That is true. And so we do have an interview lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen, with Wilkie from GiFu. Wilkie, how are you doing today?
All right, thanks for asking. Doing good.
Awesome, awesome. Good to hear. One of the things that we constantly try to do with these interviews here is create an environment for you to answer questions about different aspects of the game. And the one that I want to ask you guys about is your team being as steady as you are. I'm sure you have a routine that you might go through 2, 3, 4 times, maybe every single day, with regards to how you practice and stuff. And so I'm curious, take me through a day in the life of a GiFu player. How does your workout go?
Well, during the practice day, usually you go to the school or day job. You come from the day job around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Then you spend a bit of time with your family or eat up or something like that. And after that, you start playing on your own. And then around 7 o'clock Central European time, we start practicing together and do that for a couple of from 2 to 3 hours around that, and then it's around midnight and it's time to go to bed.
Okay, so you basically, I think I heard you say you start off with individual practice where players are going out and maybe going through a map on their own, working on different angles or trying to play their operators, and then you guys get together and that's when you do your dry runs or scrims, or?
Yeah, scrims with other teams or dry runs.
Okay.
It depends on if we have found an opponent for the day, or if not, then dry runs. But yeah, mostly when you're doing solo, you might try in some angles in custom games, or you play ranked or casual or whatever games.
Gotcha. And so you had mentioned scrims. One of the things that I feel like some teams struggle with is finding a scrim. How does your team go about trying to set up a scrim? Do you predetermine what time you're going to be scrimming with a team, or do you just hop on and see who's available, or what is the mindset with your team?
Well, we are lucky enough to have been on the scene for a long time, so the other teams know that we always practice around the 7 o'clock Central European time. So they ask us to scrim at certain days, and then we ask some teams if you haven't found team for a date. So we are kind of in a lucky spot because we have been there for so long.
Awesome. Well, is there anything else you'd like to mention before we close out here?
Enjoy the last match of the regular season.
We will, and thank you very much for your time, and good luck to your team tonight.
You too.
Thank you. A day in the life of GiFu.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean,
he got a little more personal than I was expecting. We got to hear about family time, go to work. I was just talking about let's go through practice. And
well, Here's the Sisu lineup: Wilkie, Cantoricchetti, Pinare, Shate, and Bonsi. And it is a very familiar lineup from what we have seen in the past, except for the addition of Cantoricchetti and Pinare, those two new players that have added the real punch to this lineup overall that was necessary to put them into a razor-sharp position. And then they are looking very strong. I mean,
Sisu, I think, is the only team...
No maps lost.
Yeah, they've no maps lost. They're 4-0 at the moment.
I think they're the only team
6-0 at the moment
in the entire Pro League for this particular season that haven't lost a single map. No, absolutely.
I don't know about the Brazilian league, but within regards to EU and NA, I think Sisu's the only team that is currently 6-0.
Yeah, they are, because VG beat F3 and F3 beat VG, and those are the two top placed teams from that particular region. So yeah, absolutely.
Now, we do have another interview lined up for today. It's going to be with Fabian, from PENTA. Fabian, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Awesome. Good to hear. Now, I'm sure you were listening on the line before. One of the things that we try to do with these interviews is enter into a different aspect of the game. What I want to ask you about is communication and call-outs. And when it comes time to going through a map, bomb site, attacking site, whatever it might be, how do you decide what to call stuff? How do you make an effective call-out?
Well, it really depends. You have some positions that you name after player mostly. Like we have positions named after Toby and Border. We have names for Jonas and Chalet. It's like positions where they usually play or stay around.
Okay.
And then after that, we kind of, since we have an international team, we don't have anybody speaking English as their primary language. We kind of make up calls that are easy on the tongue and easy to remember.
That was going to be a follow-up question was, seeing as how your team is so diverse with its language skills, do you make English callouts that are very simple, such as book might mean whatever, or something like that effect?
Well, for example, we go with heaven, blitz, panzer, like just random words that are easy in the mouth and easy to remember.
Awesome, awesome. Well, so for a team that might be struggling with callouts, would your suggestion, what would be your suggestion for a team that is struggling to make callouts or to determine what to call a particular room?
First of all, they need to learn how the map looks like overall, so they need to know like the basic name of it, and then they just need to connect them together and get to have specific callouts for specific spots, because there are spots that are more played than others, like when they sit in an exact corner, for example. You need to get a name for that corner, and that's just completely up to you, and what you want to name it, that's up to the team. Do
you have any rules or tricks to go by, such as don't use anything more than 3 syllables long or something to that nature?
Don't use here.
Don't use here. Yeah, don't use here. Don't use right there. Yeah.
Never use those calls. Just go straight for a... It's better to know the room, so you clear the entire room, than to say here.
Yes.
Which means you can check every corner and every single little place that they can possibly be.
Awesome. Well, thank you for all your input. Is there anything else you'd like to mention before we end here?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the game, and I think it will be an amazing match between GiFu and PENTA.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck to your team tonight.
Thank you, Sean. Have a good night.
You too. All right, so don't use here, don't use there, don't use right over somewhere.
On that point, I'd like to reinforce, don't use here. Because I don't know about any of you guys, but I've been in that same exact position where my teammate says, oh, he's right here, he's right here.
And I'm like, where? And they're like, I'm pinging it. It's like, I'm not looking your direction, just don't.
If you're gonna say here, you could say on my ping, and then you could ping. You could do that, or say ping.
But I still, from my experience, I still get boggled down by that because I'm looking at one way.
Yeah.
And you're trying to ping. I don't want to look.
And now I have to look around. And I have to be like, but that's better than here.
That is better than here.
Better than here.
Now, I just don't use here. Don't.
PENTA Sports, ladies and gentlemen. Pengu, Fabian, Junis, Goga, and KS. Now, PENTA Sports is the, well, they're number 1 or 2. We'll see what happens going into this matchup.
They're number 1 from Group B.
They're going number 1 from Group B. There you go. And they, similar to Sisu, have been seeming, and we talked about this earlier, extremely strong going into this particular season, unlike anything we've ever really seen from PENTA. Yes, they won Season 1, but that was a different time.
Yes.
And Sisu, on the other hand, is, same thing. They've been to every single season, but they haven't seemed as strong as they are right now. Now, the thing is, this matchup, PENTA versus Sisu, it is a big deal because these two teams are fantastic right now.
Yes.
At the same time, it's not the most important matchup in the world, given that they're both going to be going to land either way. So we might see some playful something coming out from 1 or 2 of these teams.
It is. These are the top 2 teams in the European division at the moment, and they've already secured their spots to land, which means these two teams don't need to show their hand in anything.
Exactly.
It's going to be very similar to the VG and Flipside games, which they guaranteed their spots to land. We weren't expecting anything to come out of that.
They had some fun.
They did have some fun. They had some fun. They didn't have as much fun as they could have.
I know,
but they had fun.
All right. No, but yeah, no, they could have maybe pushed a little bit further with the Tashanka, but it is what it is, I guess. Here's the ban phase, ladies and gentlemen. Chalet getting banned from Penta. No surprise there. Sisu loves Chalet. Oregon from Sisu. No surprise there. Penta loves Oregon. And Bank getting banned because, well, it's Bank. Nobody likes Bank.
I think, so Oregon, the reason that it favors Penta is because you can play it in so many different ways. And there are so many different formulas for the defensive holds.
The important thing about these two teams is they are complete opposites in terms of how they play. Sisu is old hat strategy with some new flare mix-up and adaptation.
Clubhouse is out, Skyscraper as well.
Yeah, and then Penta is just no strategy, just understand what's going on and play around each other.
Yeah.
Just have good synergy. And it works for both of these teams. They are good examples of the complete contrast of each other.
Now, this is going to be a Coastline ban, most likely. I don't see... No, it's not. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
So... Coastline, I guess.
Could it?
That's the first. That's the first
time it's made it to the top 3.
Yeah, first time it's made it. So it might be. It might be for the
first, second, or third.
Decider. I'm guessing it's going to be put to the decider.
It's going to be the decider match. I can't see either of these teams instantly going for it. I mean, yes, they're going to have some fun, but are they going to have fun on the first or second map?
Nah, no. We'll see. We'll see.
Let's see, Penta. What are you going to choose for us here? You're playing with our hearts at the moment. We want to see Coastline. There it is, Penta. You get it. You get a clap right there for that, Penta. So that is going to be the first Coastline played ever.
In this entire Pro League. Well, in any Pro League ever.
This is the first time Coastline's ever made its appearance here on ESL on the main stage.
So that is, that's a significant event right there. I mean, I was expecting you to go to the decider, and then through some freak accident, we wouldn't see the third map.
I know.
And we would never get to see it, even though it made it in the, into the selection. But
there is hope yet for this Pro League.
Yeah, and then Cafe Diskorski coming out from Sisu. Board are going to be the decider map. Those are two maps we've seen a lot of in this Pro League, so no surprise there at all. But the Coastline, that's pretty substantial.
You up to your callouts on Coastline? Have you been practicing them? I know pool table and hookah. That's it.
Pool table. Circle couch. I mean,
my
callouts are going to all be descriptive.
Yeah, no, you got circle couch. You've got the bathroom of Doom.
You've got bathroom of Doom. I like that. That's the one with the drop down.
Yeah, you can't escape that.
Yeah.
What else you got? You got main hall.
Couch room.
So I call them cool vibe stairs, and some people tell me like, what?
What is that?
The blue stairs. The blue stairs by kitchen and the pink bar downstairs, going up to hookah.
I mean, you could just call it, okay, cool vibe stairs.
It's got a big neon sign that says cool vibes.
All right.
Okay,
all right. I'll wait till I see the sign.
We are getting into the map here on Coastline, so momentarily we are going to start getting underway, and we're going to see the operators being chosen here. Now, with this being Coastline and being the first time in the Pro League, I don't know of any Pro League meta on this just yet. So we could just see like
this is all going to be like whatever happens, guys.
So we are going to see a rehost right away because Panari cannot choose his operator, it said.
Fantastic. All right, so Coastline right out the gate deciding that it's going to be problematic for us. Why Coastline? Why?
Because as much as other teams didn't want to play it, it probably didn't want to be played. And
you know
so
what?
now that someone
That's
chose
what it's hiding.
You woke it up from hibernation.
It's hiding behind its lack of a meta and a lack of development. That's exactly what's happening with Coastline. Nobody wants to play it, and it doesn't want to be played. What are you going to do?
No, I think this map is a wonderful map that will get its day in the Pro League.
Yeah.
The reason it hasn't been chosen this year so far, this season so far, has just been because it is so new that a solid standard meta has not been formulated. So if you're going to bring a meta, you're going to bring a defensive to hold on to this, you don't know how the attack's going to go.
That stuff like that needs to be developed in scrims or in dry runs, just like outside of the Pro League. However, this matchup being not the most important in the world, both of these teams are kind of like, meh. Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's
why
do
not? So you consider it a scrim. Why
Let's
not?
give it the most professional appearance yet.
but yeah, because of the lack of development, it's going to be kind of on the fly decision making, and I do feel overall it was Penta's pick, but I do feel like it will heavily favor Penta, given that Sisu doesn't have any strats for all we know.
Yeah.
And if they did, they wouldn't show it here.
It would just be like we talked about before in the last match between gBots and playing Ducks. On the newer maps where there is less knowledge about them, less intuition.
Favored playing Ducks.
It favors the teams that can create chaos and havoc and have the in-game leader on the other team struggle to make up a contingency plan.
Yeah, and then going into the more developed maps, you saw gBots, unfortunately, they had contingency plans for everything. Oh, they're going to go Master? Well, we know how to handle that. I mean...
yeah, I mean, so Skyscraper favored favored playing Ducks playstyle. The more standard maps, the Oregon, they went in favor of gBots. Oregon, Chile, the gBots is maps.
Yeah, but going into Coastline, I mean, again, it's a case of even if Sisu does have strategies for Coastline, because we can't just say
they are. I mean,
we can't say they don't.
They have to.
Even if they do, like, they're not going to use them. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, here, look, here's our trick cards.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a game of pool going on in the prep phase or something.
Yeah, so just chilling out on the pool table, going like, okay, shoot the ball into the hole over here. I mean, we'll see exactly what happens, but yeah, they wouldn't use any of their pocket strats on in this particular instance.
So
it wouldn't be sensible.
I'm just reading the in-game chat from these guys right now, and it was Panari had said, "Prepare for the Lord." So.
So we're gonna see the full fun mode engaged.
Not necessarily full fun mode. I mean, maybe Tachanka gets played viably here. Like we said, we haven't seen a pro league strat yet.
Tachanka could, in theory, is viable, but it just keeps coming back to the fact that he can't move. But we were talking about map preference and map like being good and bad, and we're talking about how Coastline hasn't seen that play. And it's again we referenced it earlier. It's not because it's a bad map; it's because it's an undeveloped map. I mean, we saw it with Favela. Favela came out, everyone was like, nope. Nope, 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 and then, it just got shoved aside. But this map, Coastline, teams are actually, they're saying, all right, this has potential. It's a good overall balanced map, and there's some meta that can be established and developed on this particular map. Just got to give it time. And, this is the first pro season that it has been out, so coming up at the end of the, the starting season, like before the finals itself, it makes sense that we would see it here. I guess. I mean, we'll see.
Okay,
yes. So first defensive site is going to be kitchen, and I'm not sure what to call that second site.
We'll call it delivery.
Delivery? Yeah,
yes.
That's perfect. I like that. Delivery.
They have to deliver the food into the pantry, then into the kitchen.
Right, okay. So kitchen and delivery are going to be the first bomb site that these two, that Sisu will be taking on this map. Now,
this delivery right here where Shate is basically going to be very much like the stockroom in Clubhouse. You're going to push in from the doorway, you're going to smoke it out, you're going to try to make sure that you don't get flanked from the left side, and you're just going to smoke it out, get the plant down behind the Monty.
Camera going down on the floor.
Shate did this to me. No, so
Shate, peek out.
Shate did this to me in ranked and got 3 kills. He killed me as well, and I was very bitter about it.
Kenta Raketti gets a kill on the other side of the map onto Fabian and goes for a peek onto KS. But unfortunately, will not get that second kill. Does light him up. Junius gets a trade back onto Wilkie, though, to even out the man count.
Now a 4-on-4. Junius going to go for the kill there, and he actually gets that shot, and Shate gets that double kill right there. A very good job here by Eunice to start it off the round. He was prepared for it.
Oh, yeah, no, these teams are both... all of this engagement, by the way, 3 men off the board already overall, and all of it was outside.
Yes. But we do have Penta here leading with 1-man advantage. The defensive squad of Boonsi, Panari, and Kanto Raketti are going to have to forcefully hold down the sites here. You do have Kanto Raketti right behind this receptionist desk. Goga, however, will take down Panari. So a 2-on-4 now that we have with Monty with the diffuser in hand. He's going to keep on peeking out left and right, Kanto Raketti is, as he's going to peek for Hibana. He's going to strafe on out, and Eunice, though, will flashbang him, and that's going to move on in. Goes for the kill and actually gets him without ADSing, but the crossfire Boonsi will take him down. Boonsi, last man alive. Pinker's going to spot him out. Boonsi takes a couple bullets to the side. He's back here inside of the kitchen. Now, this is not going to go well for Sisu. He has the potential to. He's going to go for 1 kill, but 2 more left to go. It is possible.
Actually, KS is pretty lit up, so if he can put it into a 1v1 by picking out KS early on and using that,
he's also going to have 3 gas grenades to kill Monty.
Yeah, this is theoretically winnable, but Monty going for that bomb or diffuser plant on the site now. I mean, it doesn't look like Bouncy's going to be in a position to challenge it.
Now, Boonsi is going to be here. He's going to gas him out a little bit as he gets across the floor. There's going to be the wall going to open up. He actually didn't get the kill, so therefore he's just going to gas out even more. He's going to go in to hit this now, and will he do it? Nope, Pengu's going to come around, go for the shots, and he misses, and then he hits him with almost the last entire bullet of the mag. Boonsi will go down, and Penta takes round number 1.
A good attack from Penta. Now, an interesting bomb site selection coming out from Sisu. You have to wonder, are they trying to hide their strategies on the other bomb sites from the rest of the teams in the Pro League by going to that particular one? Because from my understanding, and I have a very deep understanding of the ranked meta.
Fabian, I swear, if you were trolling us like Snake did, do not do that, Fabian.
Please, no.
You play the Lord.
Yeah.
Do not troll with the Lord.
I think we're gonna be seeing Tachanka, ladies and gentlemen,
I was actually
and
thinking,
a Cav as well.
See, what I was thinking here with Tachanka, and actually what could be viable, is if you bring the mirror, you know how inside of the theater there is that wall closest to the couch in bedroom. You've got that single wall that actually faces the bathroom.
No!
The face of the bathroom door. Did he get off of that? He did.
Why? Why would you do that? Why? You know what? You know that it's evil, and you did it anyway. You saw it happen in the North American playoffs,
Hey, Fabian.
and now you're doing it too.
Hey, Fabian,
What's your problem, man?
Fabian, I got some words for you, dude. We are gonna be hosting and casting LAN.
Yeah, man.
Where you're gonna see you in person. I'm just saying.
There will
bring
be
your
words.
squad.
There will be words had. Anyway.
No, we are getting underway with round number 2. Bomb site will be inside of that theater and bedroom. What I was expecting is inside of A, the wall that actually has the being destroyed, the wall that faces B site, faces the bathroom wall.
I dig.
Mirror window that, put a Tachanka behind there.
I can see that working.
That's because inside a theater, almost all 6 of those walls are always reinforced.
Yeah, that's theoretically possible. I mean, and then it just comes down to holding the A bomb site, and we've seen that on a lot of different maps. You know, hold one bomb site to then hold the other by proxy. But, you know, I mean, meta development. We'll see exactly what happens. It's so hard to predict anything on this map. We have no idea. Like, I mean, Sisu went into the delivery kitchen, and I didn't expect that because I didn't think that was what they considered to be the viable bomb site. Who knows, man? Who freaking knows?
Oh, I think these guys do. We've got Panari outside of Hookah stairs now. Now, one of the most common things to do here is to make sure that you're going to take over Hookah and put a Claymore down at that doorway coming out of the pink bar.
Absolutely, because so many people run out from there. I mean, you even have people run out from the window in Hookah.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of options for runouts here, but it doesn't look like Penta's actually in any position to use said runouts, which is interesting to see from them, even though they're not defending this particular bomb site.
Now, Eunice is going to be holding that hard angle there onto Panari coming up those Hookah stairs, and with that, these are the cool vibe stairs we were talking about, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now, the cool vibe stairs.
The cool vibe
I got that. Cool vibes.
Yes,
cool.
It's got big neon lights there. It's got to be. But now, this is your circle couch where Goga's sitting right now. This is going to lead into that hallway into the master bedroom, typically one of the majority of the spots where attackers like to push in from.
Yeah, Goga has a lot of control on those circle stairs, on those circle couch room. But it doesn't look like that the Sisu attack is actually going to be coming from there. It looks like they're setting themselves up on the south side of the building as of now and going to be pushing into the A bomb site. Now, the problem with that is that they lend themselves vulnerable to the angle of the hallway itself. If Goga decides to push out into that hallway, he will have a very advantageous peek onto these attacking players, assuming they are exposed to the hallway. And yeah, they very much are.
You can see Goga giving up the white the circle couch, moving on over into site because they know the push is coming here from A, from the south side of the map. You can see all 4 attackers are there for the remaining attackers. Boonsi picks up that kill into Pengu through the wall, and you've also got Cantor Raketti going to get Fabian from underneath. Now with that wall being opened up, it's a 4-on-3. 50 seconds left to go. Eunice trying to come around for another flank on the Cantor Raketti. He's going to see his rear end, go for the pop shots, and gets him down. Yes, he does. He finally will kill him off. He's now drawn the attention of the attackers. Shachi's now looking for it. He's going to see him and take him down for the count. Boonsi gets Penta, as we also just had Shachi get Eunice down at the bottom of the stairs. Boonsi will go for the final kill and take down Goga, and that is going to be round number 2, going to Sisu.
A good attack round from Sisu, but really just came down to, okay, we don't necessarily know how to attack this site, so you know what we do? Let's just all set up on the outside of the A bomb site wall and push in together as a team. Go team, go! They just they straight up stacked it. That's all they did, and it worked. It worked great.
In all honesty, that does work for that particular room due to the fact that for the most part you reinforce either side of the door, and you only have one doorway to get in.
Right.
You
so
cover the hallway.
As soon as the A guys are dead,
yeah,
it's done.
You cover the hallway, you make sure that, okay, no one's underneath you, because you had 4 members. You have 1 watching hallway, 1 watching stairs, 2 watching the single door.
Yeah,
like, it's a very...
It was a good attack. I mean, it was good.
We missed it, but he's here. Our Lord has shown his face.
Shate, you're amazing. Yo, we have been teased the Tachanka pick twice in the playoffs so far.
Third time's the charm.
And yeah, 3rd time's the charm. Shate, he managed to finally get it out there. Thank you, Shate. I appreciate that. I appreciate you.
Now, I will tell you, I will shake your hand if you play Blitz next round too, Shate.
I don't. Well, he can't hear you, unfortunately. Wait,
doesn't mean I can't speak to him.
We just saw Shate's. We saw Shate's stats there and his preferred operators. I'm surprised. Where was the Tachanka? I didn't see the Tachanka.
So what they are not doing, they aren't going to go with that mirror strat, which we were predicting.
Instead, opting to open the wall.
They are going to open the wall at that head level.
So it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing.
You called it. I'd say you called it in there. You know, they can cover all 3 of the avenues into the A bomb site apart from the wall behind him. I'm assuming, yep, there are batteries on that wall. So Penari is likely to bandit trick that wall in an attempt to counter what Sisu did to, well, take this particular bomb site, which is opening up the A bomb site wall. They also had the walls open, which means they have a lot more maneuverability if they even get past the battery. So well thought out defense as well as a well thought out attack on this particular bomb site from Sisu. Cantor Terry getting pretty aggressive onto Goga.
Yeah, Goga deciding, okay, let's head on over. He's probably going over to the kitchen door. No, he's going to go up here to that north balcony with Pengu. They are going to push in. Now, the one counter to Lord Chanka is to actually have that Monty lead into the doorway. Eunice, though, going to pick up Boonsy as he tried to be inside of that circle couch.
That was challenging onto Eunice when he's playing this behind that bush right there, that has got to be so difficult to barely, you can probably barely even see him. Fabian gets a pick on 2, Cantor Aketi, and now it's looking pretty bad for Sisu. 5 versus 3, and there's still 2 minutes left for the attacking squad to work out any avenue into the site they could possibly want.
The Lord just needs to swipe his hand and it will be an ace. That's it. Shate is here. He sees one. He's actually relocated a little bit closer to the wall. So with this is going to come out to smoking, it's going to come out to moving in with Monty, and then it's going to come to someone planting right behind Monty to prevent Shate from getting the kill. Now, Penari's going to go for that aggressive PKS will down him and finish him off. Now, are we going to see anyone try to progress? Don't try to go and flank.
Pengu's going to be planting already, and Shate's in no position to counter it.
He is not, and how he got in there.
He opened up
the wall.
Yeah,
they opened up the wall.
Yeah.
Shate will try to lay down some shots there on the Pengu. Just pop him a little bit. You know you want to. He's going to go. Pengu's going to go for this fight. Wilkie will be injured from the wall, though. Last man alive, Pengu's going to try to go one-on-one here. However, KS comes in from the red hall and takes down Shate, and that is going to be round number 3 going to Penta.
It's so sad that they directly countered the Lord. And see that's, people theorize that maybe Tachanka could be used viably in the Pro League in certain instances, and yeah, sure, sometimes they might be right. But in an instance like this, all they had to do to counter him directly, well, yes, bring the Montaigne, but more importantly, they didn't even have to have a Montaigne in that particular attack. They just open up the A wall. He can't see that, and there you go. I mean, there's nowhere you can really put that turret where you're not exposed from your flank, and you can see the entire site. And because of that, there's not a lot of viable places to use Tachanka on that particular bomb site. But at the same time, thank you, Shate. I appreciate you. I appreciate that you did that for us. It needed to happen. Anyway, Penta, now they're going to be going to their second attempt to defend this particular bomb site. I keep saying this particular bomb site. I don't know what it's called.
This is theater and bedroom.
Theater and bedroom.
That's what I'm calling it.
Yeah, no, I think that's the right way to maybe master. No, just bedroom. Just bedroom. Theater bedroom. Got it.
It's not a master bedroom because it's the only bedroom.
Yeah, sorry. The the A bomb site is theater. The B bomb site bedroom, and yeah, and this is seemingly, I guess, the site that both of these teams are tending to prefer. It's the 3rd time we have seen it out of the 4 defensive rounds so far. Well, the 4 rounds so far. And the only other bomb site that we have seen in this entire map was underneath it.
Yeah, and Penta, I think...
In Delivery Kitchen.
Penta tried... Penta was the one to try that, and they did not win. Sisu overtook that attack round.
Actually, I thought it was Sisu.
Did Sisu try?
Yeah, it was Sisu on that defense in Delivery Kitchen.
Yeah, because that was Pengu that was on Monty.
And they were like peeking out aggressively with the Valkyrie. Didn't work out for him. Got some early picks. And speaking of early picks, June is trying to get picks onto the attacking squad coming from the front spawn. From the main lobby spawn.
Eunice still here. However, I believe Shate's also waiting for a peek out, just waiting for that perfect moment. They haven't gotten the stationary cam, so he's going to pop on out of there and down Penari and finish him off. A good early kill there by Junis.
Wait, they didn't get the default cam?
They didn't get the default.
Oh, no.
I mean, this map does have some hidden default cameras that you just forget about.
Yeah, sometimes, I guess.
Sometimes, but again, this is the Pro League. You should be playing it at the Pro League level.
Ladies and gentlemen, the top 2 teams in Europe.
That is why stationary cameras are so valuable.
I know, right?
Now, Boonsy is going to be out here by that main entrance. It looks as though they want to go for that stockroom push, or the pantry push.
Boonsy is going to be caught out, though. He is picking up the diffuser, but Junis is going to know about that as the camera's still up. So it's possible we could see some more early aggression coming out from the Bandit. He's going to be playing it safe, though, because I think you can hear Kanto Raketti in the room next to him.
Boonsy spotted.
Oh,
You know, Shate's there. Junis is going to pop on out. Kanto Raketti's going to spot him out here, but that doesn't mean that he's done for the count. Kanto Raketti going to try to come on over. He pops on out of the kitchen and gets that shot down onto Unis. And that is going to be the rest of Bandit. Now, a minute and a half left to go. A 4-on-4. KS is here in the back of the penthouse, a.k.a. bedroom. Mirror window will get opened up.
That was from the window. Shate destroying the Bandit batteries as well as opening up that mirror window, putting the player behind that bed in a precarious position. That is KS. He does have information on Shate, though, because the default cam is still up. And he can see clearly where Shate is right now.
Now, Kanto Raketti's going to get his second kill here, taking down Fabian. Now, the wall right next to Pengu's going to get opened up. He's got a mute jammer, though, so that's going to be good. He will not get that opened up all the way. Wilkie will take down the kills there onto Goga as KS and Pengu. He's going to down Shate and Kanto Raketti. A 2-on-2 at the moment, 1-on-2, with Boonsy being the last man alive as Wilkie goes down by KS. You've got Mira and Mute up against the Boonsy Glads. Boonsy trying to rotate on over through pool room, moving on over to the white couch. He knows he's got to watch the hallway here, which is actually where Pengu's going to try to... Oh, actually, sorry, Pengu was behind the wall. They're here inside of the theater and the penthouse. Boonsy working his way into the couch area now, getting rid of some of that barbed wire. I don't know if that cam's been destroyed. C4 is going to go tossing out. Boonsy's going to evade it. Bullet's going to go through, and KS takes one bullet to the chest and lives to tell about it. 15 seconds remaining. Boonsy's going to have to go through the red corridor. He doesn't have time to do anything else. C4 is going to go, and it will only destroy the barbed wire. But however, we have Pengu drop shotting to get Boonsy down for the count.
Yeah, good defense from Pengu, or sorry, from Penta, but I mean, okay, so it was very much in the favor of Sisu. Overall, strategically, it went in the way of Sisu. They were setting themselves up well to take that round, but they forgot a default cam. The 2 kills that we didn't see that KS got were as a result of a default cam still being up. And the first kill of the round going in the favor of the Bandit and against Sisu
that
getting the
was
Habana, that
Yep.
was also because of the default cam. So 3 out of 5 of those kills for Penta because of an outside default cam.
Yes! Fabian, no.
What happened? I missed it. What was happening?
He tried to go blitz. And stop
dude.
playing games with my
See,
heart.
Penta keeps teasing us, and Sisu's committing all the way. They're the only ones who commit.
Sisu, I'm flat out rooting for you.
Yeah.
I will say that publicly. I'm flat out rooting for you.
I mean, they're losing pretty hard right now. It's 3-1. It's seeming to favor. We talked about this earlier going into this map. We talked about how this particular map, even if Sisu has strats, they're not going to use it. And more importantly, it's apart from that. If neither of them have strats, and Penta obviously doesn't because Penta doesn't do strats, but if Sisu doesn't have strats, it's still going to favor Penta because, I mean, overall, it's just going to favor Penta because they know they're a team based on adaptation, a team based off not having strats, just playing off of each other, using synergy, whereas Sisu is a team that does very much incorporate strategy into their rounds. So this map overall very heavily favors Penta.
Yep, now Kanto Raketti's going to go up for another spawn. Oh, no, he's going to decide better onto it. But what that spawn peak goes out and looks out to is ruins, I believe. Right outside where you see the majority of the team actually spawning. So he will go out here for a peek.
Very predictable.
He's going to go for a very aggressive peek
Yeah.
and fall to the bullets of Fabian as he's already got him lined up, ready to take down the shots.
Again, a very predictable peak, and Fabian's going to be ready for that no matter what. Apart from that, I mean, there's only the Montaigne to be shot, unfortunately.
Yep.
A nice try, though, from Kanto Raketti.
Now Pengu's going to work his way. This looks like it's going to be another south stairwell take onto the theater. They did it last time. It worked out.
They took control of these white circle room and we should just call it white or circle
Couch.
or
We'll just call it couch.
We can call it couch. We'll call it couch because
Couch.
that's you're adding an extra word. You don't need that.
White couch. Got it.
So they took control of couch. They opened up the wall into the B bomb site, just planted in the corner. I mean, that's all they really need to do. Panari's going to get pre-fired from KS, as that is, again, a very predictable location. Bonesy's going to get killed by KS as well from that early aggression.
And there comes the C4 from Shate, taking out KS. And now it's a 2-on-4. Wall gets opened up. This is going to be another push from that south stairs. Cool vibe stairs. Wilkie's going to come on up for the flank. But again, he's going to be in that same spot that KS was able to down someone earlier. Now we do have Monty. That's Pengu getting destroyed. He's been injured, but he also took down Shate with him. Wilkie's the last one alive. However, Fabian's on the big window. He's waiting for the push to come in. Goga's going to get that pistol shot down onto Shate, and Fabian has managed to get into the site. We're going to have that Thermite, with the diffuser in hand. He's going to go for the plant now as Pengu has been revived. He's going to hold down the doorway. And it looks as though he's now going to go up against Wilkie. C4 going to go. Does it get him killed? No, it doesn't. And now Wilkie has no utility, no Valkyrie cams or anything to try to get rid of the Monty, and that will be Wilkie falling to Goga there for round number 5, going to Penta. We're now on match point.
Yeah, 4-1 in favor of Penta. And again, you know, this is exactly what we expect to see. Oh, some excitement coming out from Thermite. This is exactly what we expected to see. Because Sisu's not going to be showing their hand on this map, and Penta just, yeah. No. So no surprises really coming out in this particular round. And that last round, what we saw was the Penta or the Sisu defense getting picked apart one player at a time, starting with the roam game, going into the site holders. And there wasn't really a whole lot of resistance that was put up, to be completely honest. And hey, because of that, I mean, it was just Penta walked into the site. they straight up walked into the site. I was trying to avoid saying it, but they walked into the site. They got the kills early on. And the continued aggression, the backup, the trade backs from their rest of their lineup. Even once Chaos got picked off from that C4, there were then trade backs coming from the rest of Penta. So it was just good teamwork coming out from Penta to win that round. This is a bomb site that we have not seen on this map yet.
This is the pool table and hookah lounge.
We're used to seeing this in ranked. I think most of you guys, when you play Coastline in ranked, you do see this one played quite a bit. But the ranked meta, not necessarily indicative of the Pro League meta. So we'll see exactly how Penta choose to work this bomb site out. But this is their actual, there's only time moving to a second bomb site. The one round that Sisu managed to win was on the bomb site on the other side of the map, which was the, theater and bedroom. So they haven't actually had time, or they haven't had an instance in which they needed to change their bomb site. So here we have Penta going to their second one. Sisu's kind of the same. The only they defended kitchen, and that's the only other one.
So here we have it, Penta. Now, one of the things that many players who play Coastline do know is that you can be inside of that little courtyard where we do see the Valkyrie.
Yeah, I feel like
the Jaeger.
I feel like it gets ignored sometimes.
It does. It's a very, honestly, an unlooked at and undroned out spot to just situate yourself inside.
It's a very powerful position. As a roamer, even as an attacker, you can drop down onto what's above this Jaeger right now without taking any fall damage, and then progress your way into the rest of the building pretty well quickly. I mean, it's a great way to get execute some rush strats.
Now, we are actually going to see, for the first time that I recall in the Pro League, a Jackal getting played. That's going to be Wilkie.
Oh, yeah, though, definitely. And he's going
to go down right away, just like when
that.
Blitz made his first appearance.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackal's out of the game. And Junis is playing on them Cool Vibe stairs. You know, honestly, I feel like Cool Vibe suffers from the same problem that White Circle Couch does.
Cool stairs.
Blue stairs. Blue stairs, because it's a blue neon.
Oh, there's that spot we were talking about inside of the courtyard. Fabian will get that shot down onto Panari.
And now it's looking pretty bad for Sisu. They have to deal with a 3 versus 5. No actual progress being made onto the bomb site itself, and it is on match point in favor of Penta.
Fabian is going to come in here to that first floor office right outside of the blue bar. Now Kendrick Kenny's going to hop on in and be taken down. That's also Diffuser that's been dropped inside of the blue bar. Oh, he actually dropped it right before he hopped inside.
He played it a little bit safe. Not droning the room you're vaulting into is the one step he could have taken to have that being played a little bit, or droning it would have been slightly safer.
Yes. Now Boonty is inside of the Sunrise Bars, also known as Pink Bar, or just Pink, however you want to call it. Shotzi's going to be out on top. I think that is Ruins out there. He's working his way. Still, Fabian is...
Oh, he's not on Ruins. He's on the balcony outside of the site.
Yep, that's right. Glazier's in Ruins.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to have to pick up that Diffuser. Shate, however, does take that DMR from Blackbeard and nail down Pengu. This round could go in the hands of Sisu, but they are going to have to act quickly and act very, very well.
Fabian, are you going to vault it or are you going to not? Doesn't look like he wants to right now.
Flashbang's going to go, and that's going to be a blind mirror. You're going to need to take advantage of that Shate because it will wear off. Penta's now already ready here. Shate's going to poke in, and he will be taken down.
1 HG Blackbeard to...
Oh, no, he won't! He's going to get that silenced headshot there right onto KS. Now, a 2-on-3 at the moment. However, Shate does get taken down. Boonchi's last man alive. He's looking around to the aquarium. He's inside of the middle bar, and there's going to be one more shot. He's got 2 more to go. 20 seconds to do it in. Goga's going to be inside of the box, which is inside of the A site. C4 is going to come on out. Fabian knows he's just going to stay right there inside of the hallway, waiting for that time to push in. He does have Diffuser, but he will not get it planted in time. He's going to go around here to the box right behind the mid-half wall. Goga just waiting for the shots. There's Boonchi, turns his back to it, and it will go down, and that is Penta taking map number 1, 5-1 here on Coastline.
Yeah, and no surprises. Again, no surprises there. Undeveloped meta on this map. Not a lot for Sisu to work with, really. Even if they had something, they're not going to use it. Penta, on the other hand, not a strategy-based team. Just going to be playing off teamwork and synergy. Lock out that round. Now, but what was happening in the last round there, however, at the same time, was Sisu, they didn't drone out anything before they went in, and because of that, they got picked off by the roamers one by one, not actually even being able to challenge the gunfights from Penta, instead just getting killed from hard 90-degree angles.
Yes.
Yes.
No, so that was our first map of the evening between these two teams of Sisu and Penta Sports. We are going to get underway with our second map, which I recall correctly is Cafe. Border is the decider map. Now, Cafe is a map that both of these teams have played a lot of this season. They're very well versed on it, but we are going to check out replays before we start talking more about Cafe. So, this map in particular, I saw a lot of things that I see in ranked, and I think that goes to show that this is not that developed as a map as we've anticipated, or as we expected, basically.
Well, no, I didn't expect anything. I totally expected what we saw today, which was an undeveloped meta on an undeveloped map, and as a result, Penta's going to take that one home. I mean, anybody could really predict that. We all know how Sisu operates. We all know how Penta operates. You put 1 and 1 together, Penta's going to be taking this map, and they did, very assuredly. However, that's just one map. You know, it's the first of 3, guys. It's the first of 3, and we are going to be going.
gBots came back from losing the first map.
Absolutely, and we are going to be, and that was because it was the same reason. Because playing Ducks, they play well on the undeveloped map, where they can experiment with things that they want to do as an individual team that are unpredictable and unexpected. Whereas gBots, on the other hand, are a little bit older team. We talked about it. Their meta is old hat, developed, and based in experience. And I mean, you don't have a whole lot on Skyscraper.
You and I were talking about this earlier about Sisu and their mentality, and we both came to the conclusion that Sisu is a meta setter in the Rainbow Six Pro League community, not just in Europe, but throughout all of the Pro League and high-level competitive play.
They establish a baseline, and teams take that baseline and pivot off of it and try to manipulate it to better suit their own team. And that's what Sisu's done throughout their history. However, the problem that they've been faced with in the past is that inability to change from the baseline, to just do the same strat over and over and over again. And what we've been seeing from them in this season is incredible. It's not only are they actually getting very much more variation going into their attack strats, their defense strats, having at least 2 for each and every bomb site on each and every map, they're also, as a team, as a unit, they have a lot more punching power, bringing Cantor Uketi, bringing Panari. They're fraggers, and that's the roles that were necessary on the Sisu lineup. So, now, we are getting into a map that has a developed meta, that has stuff that people understand, like that you can work off as strategy-wise. And Sisu is going to be playing in their element here, so will Penta be able to work around that? Now, both of these teams, again, these are the top 2 teams coming out of Europe, 100%, and they are both very, very, very skilled. However, we have been talking about the contrast between them. I
think it's worth noting here that Coastline was the first map Sisu ever lost in this season. They were 6-0. They're now 6-1.
Yeah, how did we not talk about that immediately? Yeah, no, that's incredible.
It's because they trolled us with the Tachanka and with the Blitz.
They were distracting us. They were blinding us with the light. Why Blitz? Why? But no, all the same. Sisu did lose their very first map of the season. Nobody's had a perfect season in Pro League, if I recall correctly, as of yet. I know Orbit came pretty close in Season 2. They only lost 1 map, but apart from that, I don't think anyone's had like a perfect season. However, now, Penta defending upstairs, Sisu attacking upstairs. Nothing surprising coming out from the operator selection.
Not too much.
There's an IQ
roaming downstairs.
Yeah, the Junis running downstairs. That's to be expected, though. There's an IQ coming out from Sisu, and again, kind of expected. Going to be able to clear out those cameras that don't exist.
Most of the time, you have a pulse though on the defensive squad, and you're holding the top floor.
Yeah, I'm guessing the IQ is for the pulse and for the cameras, but neither of those are happening right now for Penta. Usually both of them happen on an upstairs defense, to be completely frank.
Yep. So now we are already 1/3 of the way done the round here. Still not much action has gone on, still a lot of preparation from the attacking squad getting into position.
It's pretty normal. I mean, on a cafe attack, the attackers, they get themselves under the roof in the first minute, and then they start working out their attack scheme.
They do. All right, and now, again, this just seems like a red stairwell take. Junis is looking at the bottom. He's here on going first or second floor.
Now, this is all up to whether or not the defender or the attacking squad are prepared for this angle to be held. Panari gets a pick onto Pengu, put it squarely in the advantage. Oh, and Cantor Uketi onto Junis now. It's a 5 versus 3, heavily in the favor of Sisu. But as I say that, Fabian, a pick back onto Shate.
So Fabian will take down Shate, and a 4-on-3 ensues. 1:20 left to go. We're going to have this wall opened up into piano, I believe, if it's not bandited.
So he's trying to hold this pixel angle, but unfortunately because of that castle barricade, he can't actually see these players coming into Cigar, and he's not calling out for his team, and he's not doing anything.
And they're all going to go in for the plan here. This is looking like a flip side plan almost. Fabian, however, will get down to the back of A, and now KS stuck in freezer. He's got a castle wall to his side. It looks like Boonty will take down Goga. Last minute last is going to be KS. He's got 2 castle barricades that are keeping him in here. He's got 1 rotation hole. He is basically a sitting duck. Okay, that castle barricade has been opened up, but it's going to be Boonty getting the headshot down onto him as he lays inside of the Cigar Lounge.
So a very standard attack from Sisu, and unfortunately, I can't help but feel that round might. Ooh, that was a nice shot. I can't help but feel that round might have gone a little differently if the Bandit had been privy to the fact that there were 3 people just straight up running through Cigar and maybe acted on it or called to his team, hey, they're all running through Cigar. Be ready for the push-in. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. That tiny little extra inch of a coverage the castle barricade gives to the sides of the door frame meant he couldn't see the pixels.
Yep.
And now round 1 going to Sisu. So Sisu looking a little bit stronger on a map they understand and are much more used to. That, however, that attack strat really wasn't anything like we're used to seeing from Sisu. It was very, well, aggressive and spontaneous. Kind of just a bit of a rush coming out from them. They completely ignored the roamers. However, I say completely ignored the roamers. They didn't necessarily need to, given that the Bandit was offering himself up at the bottom of the red stairs there. Pretty much just a free kill. I mean, a lot of the attack... I don't know about you guys, but when I come to that drop down, I always pre-aim that 1 pixel angle down to the bottom of the red stairs just to see if anyone's there. And that definitely did happen here. You saw Penta, they were relying on it not. It did. And they put them way back in terms of man advantage. And then they just settled on a rush in. Nothing else to be said.
Wilkie playing smoke. I feel like that's an odd combination. I don't necessarily see Wilkie playing too much smoke.
I mean, Wilkie's a very versatile player.
He is. Just like we had Zoronic earlier. Very versatile players, and that's what you need to be if you want to be playing at this high-level game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There are still pocket players who only play specific roles at the top level of Pro League, but for the most part, like a lot of these guys, they have to and do play different roles. I remember when I used to play in the Pro League, I would switch between a whole bunch of different roles as well. I mean, it's one of the requirements really of playing at that high level.
Agreed. And now we've got Boonty here just opening up more of the floor here and looking into reading room from there so that if he needs the drop, he can and still cover the windowsills from under. Cantor Raketi's also going to be inside of the reading room. Now, Eunice going to drone that out. He just did a very shallow drone. He didn't go all the way in. So I think Eunice actually feels comfortable and might want to push in. Okay, he's just opening up the door now, and he's going to take one last final look, go on into the red carpet. Cantor Raketi has the potential to run on out, but he's not going to just yet.
Junius is getting pretty aggressive on Cantor Raketi here right now. Actually, no, he went all the way into the red hall. So he's going to try to establish as much control over this second floor as he possibly can. However, he will eventually have to contest with Cantor Raketi. Cantor Raketi playing this position in order to counter the repel-in strategy on the east windows. However, it doesn't look like that's what Penta is going for right now. KS with the first pick onto Wilkie.
Yeah, KS is still inside of the cigar lounge, or still inside of the piano room, as I think Wilkie tried to repel into the white stairs hallway, possibly?
You're mixing your teams up there. Wilkie's playing smoke.
I thought that was Jaeger for a second. I got that did mix up. So yes, he pushed in from top of red stairs, picked off the corner hold into piano. Eunice, though, getting Wilkie down. That's their smoke player. Now a 5-on-3, a minute 15 left to go. Monty's actually trying to push on inside. It looks as though Fabian will be taken down by Booncy with that SMG, or the Bearing 9. Booncy's going to hop back onto that drone. He's been told that, okay, Monty and the rest of the players are pushing into Cigar. He's going to move on over to get that in position so they can deny the plant. Shanti's going to poke himself out and actually get that shot there onto Goga. 3-on-3 now. The 2 defenders and 2 attackers have each been killed off. KS still waiting for Shate to poke out. Monty's going to move in forward. He does have the diffuser, but as he looks away, Shate will get that kill, and there's going to be 1 kill down, and actually get the diffuser planted. The double knife finally goes down, and we will have Sisu take home round number 2.
Yeah, no, a good defense from Sisu. To be honest, though, it seemed like Penta had that in the bag. They were very heavily man advantage in their favor, but they just kind of stalled out going into their attack. Shate got some nice trade backs. 2 players playing the same exact position in Cigar, trying to get the pick onto Shate, but unfortunately it worked against them. You know, the high rate of fire coming out from that Vector allowed him to get those headshots and just... Well, again, trade back the man advantage. And then going into the push itself, there wasn't cover on the plant, unfortunately, and that's all there is to it, really. The the players adjacent to the plant got picked off, and then the planter himself, that's it. There wasn't even any smoke coming out, which is really interesting to see, a lack of smoke. Even if your glass is dead, why not put it down? Attempt to give yourself some cover. And then, more importantly, why wasn't there anyone on the skylight? You know, if we're going for a cigar door room push into the bomb, just to plant immediately, have somebody play on the skylight to bet, you know, because they did get the diffuser plant. They did get it. So if they had someone on the skylight, it's entirely possible they could have maintained that round in their favor. However, now it is Sisu 2-0, and Penta will be attempting an upstairs bomb site defense yet again. Last time they were unsuccessful here, obviously, given the score. And it really just came down to Sisu rushing in through Cigar and straight into the bar after having picked off 2 of the roaming players on the Penta lineup.
Now, with Penta holding up here, one of the things that a lot of teams have kind of gotten away from is actually keeping a man inside of piano. They do that effectively by keeping the mirror window on the bathroom and on the freezer, looking into the piano room.
Yeah, because the thing about having a defender in piano, and we actually have seen a couple teams in this particular season attempt something like that. Put some, you know, we saw a team select mute, and then put a whole bunch of mutes around the library to deny information. Or sorry, not library. Excuse me, pool table, to deny droning information so that they could play in little crevices to, you know, try and get a nice sneaky peek onto the attacking squad. However, sometimes attackers, they completely ignore piano. It's not necessarily necessary or essential going into the attack anymore to take control of piano. It used to be the main thing, your main focus as an attacking squad, but teams are often opting to instead just push straight through. The red stairs drop, Cigar into the site, and it's as simple as that. And that is the biggest point of contention going into this particular bomb site as it stands right now in the meta. Cigar door.
Right underneath of that big double window is Eunice. He can hop out if he wants to, but he's going to opt not to. Almost was able to pick off Boonsy as he rappelled up to the top of the roof.
I wonder what his mission there is. I think it's probably just to get a line of sight through that wall, red hallway, through the drop down in Cigar, up into the players, pushing in through, you guessed it, Cigar doorway.
I mean, there's that, but you can also, from that angle, also see up skylight.
You can't see up skylight, but the only angle you could see up skylight on is if they decide to stand on the tippity top of skylight, and a lot of people don't really necessarily do that. But you know, hey, anything's possible. It is Pro League after all. People do unpredictable things. We saw some very unpredictable things from playing Ducks earlier today.
We did. Now Shate has moved his way into the restaurant downstairs, working it up towards the half stairs.
He's gonna drone out Junis, which is gonna open up this engagement. Pengu though gets a shotgun kill onto Cantor Raketti.
Now as Eunice is trying to funnel over into the mining room, Shate has made his way up. He's cleared out Cubby. He's now going to work his way into mining room, right on the other side of Eunice. Now seeing as how he is not, I was going to say, I thought for a second he was going to be Sledge. No, that's going to be Thatcher that he is. So he could open up the wall and work his way into the red stairs hallway. And for the time being, Shate's just going to have to cover his flank, look for a reading room push, or out towards the middle hallway push. Pengu, however, will be finished off by Panari. That's going to be Castle going down. A 4-on-4 now ensues with 45 seconds left to go. Fabian's going to move back into the freezer as KS hops into the bathroom. Panari is still at the top of the red stairs. Eunice still inside of mining room. Shachi's coming around the flank. He doesn't know yet that Eunice is inside of that mining room. So if Eunice wanted to, he could push up top, but Shachi's going to rush around, and Eunice is going to be there to try to go for the shot. He didn't actually see him cross. So now he's going to get on into the fireplace as Shate heard the bullets coming in. So now he's waiting for the rotation to come around. Eunice not quite sure what to do just yet. Smoke grenades up top are going away. We are going to see Panari possibly going for the plant, but KS gets a shot into Wilkie as Eunice gets that shot down onto Shate. Last two alive for the attackers are going to be Panari and Boonsy. Boonsy's moving on in from Cigar as Panari gets that drop shot into Fabian. Looks as though we do have a couple bullets being flown right into Boonsy. He's going to take massive damage, but Panari getting that diffuser planted with moments to go. Goga's going to hop on top and get the hip fire headshot there and take Panari down.
Eunice got that kill.
Eunice got that kill.
Yeah.
Not Goga.
Yep. No. But that was a good defense from Penta. So the difference there between that defense and the last time they just tried to defend this round, this particular bomb site, was that last time they got 2 players picked off extremely early. This time they played very conservatively, passively, waited for the Sisu attack. Sisu attack came in the same exact fashion, just push your way in through Cigar. Not much variation really coming in there, and Penta were just ready. They were ready to deal with that.
Yes, they were, and I mean that's something that Penta has been very well known to do, is to adjust to the attacking pushes and being able to just say, okay, they're making this push. This wasn't what we anticipated. This wasn't what we originally saw, but we can now confirm that the push is coming from here. They have these operators left, and they're able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, didn't really anticipate. They knew it was going to come from Cigar.
Yeah.
But they just lost too many players too early on in that first time. But no, you're right. Adaptation is Penta's strong suit. But at the same time, Sisu, again, we talked about this earlier, they are the sort of team that bring multiple different strat variations to the same exact defense, to the same exact attack, and if Sisu choose to use it in this instance, again, it's not necessarily going to happen because, you know, they don't need to show all their cards here. But if they do choose to use those variations, we might see, you know, a great counter to the way Penta chooses to play.
We are going to see a fireplace and mining room hold. This is the second bomb site, seeing as how Sisu won their top floor. What we typically have here, though, is going to be players up top holding down top floor. We don't have too many, at least in my recollection, there aren't too many people that roam downstairs on a mining room kitchen hold.
No, absolutely. There are definitely, I mean, no, people definitely roam downstairs. I mean, you have, see those I call them half stairs. They're the ones
half stairs by restaurant.
Yeah, by restaurant. The lead to the lobby, or restaurant, or whatever you want to call it. Those are really good for rotations for roamers. You can also quickly get from those half stairs to the red or white stairs, so you have a lot of freedom of movement when it comes to roaming in the bottom floor. If you're an Asher, or sorry, not say Ash. If you're a Jaeger or a Bandit, it is a good position to play. And I mean, I used to play that same exact position when I went on to Cafe when I was back in the day, you know, back in my day. But yeah, no, it's a spot people play. I mean, all the same, in this instance, you're absolutely right. We don't see any lower floor players as it stands, which seems like we're having a lot of players upstairs, most of them on the floor of the bomb site itself. Cantor Ketty getting a pick onto KS to put its man advantage into Sisu's favor. He's got eyes on Pengu, but not much is going to be happening there. I mean, it is a Montaigne.
He turned his back to him, and Cantor Ketty tried to capitalize on it by downing him for about 20 health. Pengu now is going to he's stuck in the back of that cocktail lounge with diffuser in hand. Cantor Ketty's going to pick up that kill into Fabian, though, and Goga's trying to skedaddle out of that piano room, working his way down the yellow stairs. White stairs.
Goga needs to get this trade back. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out for Junis. Wilkie will be picking him off, and now it's a 2 versus 5. No trade backs coming from Penta. Fortunately, the man advantage swaying too heavily into Sisu's favor now. They're going to have to rely on this Montaigne shield to put them in the advantage. It's not going to happen.
Pengu had to take a risk on, I know there's going to be someone in reading, and I know there's going to be someone down the hall. He had to risk not looking onto... There goes it's actually
not looking at the laundry?
Yeah, not looking into laundry.
Yeah.
Now there's Wilkie trying to go for the shots there, and he does get it all the way from the couch in reading room. A very nice angle to take down Penta for round number 4.
So on the note of reading room, Sisu reading into Penta's attack there and just knowing exactly where they're going to be coming from. Upstairs. Very predictable, very common. Take from the top down.
It's like there was an encyclopedia in that room. He just read it as he was in the lounge.
Reading the encyclopedia on siege strategy, and he saw that, oh, look at this, look at this. They will take from the top down on Cafe 9 times out of 10, and this was one of those times. And yeah, no, Sisu were just ready for it. There wasn't a whole lot of adaptation or change that need to be implemented on that particular round. And you know, it'd be cool to see from Penta just like a rush strat in an instance like that. You know, maybe, okay, well, taking drop down's not working. Well, let's just shift W in through the bottom floor. Why not, right? Who knows? Maybe Penta will do that. But now it is 3-1 in favor of Sisu on the second map of this series. The first one was Skyscraper, for those of you who weren't here. Penta did take that in a very decisive one. I believe it was 5-1 in their favor. And that was, I said Skyscraper. I don't know why. It was Coastline. It was because I was so bamboozled and surprised and still taken aback by the fact that we got to see Coastline in this Pro League.
Yep. So Penta did take that first map of Coastline. Now Sisu's looking like they're going to be making a strong force or strong push to try to win this map to go into the third map of Border.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier. I think it really feeds into the thought process of, well, Penta didn't understand Coastline. Sisu didn't understand Coastline. Penta does understand. Well, Penta's Penta. Penta plays as Penta plays. They're very dynamic. They're not strat-based. They just kind of play off each other with player skill, right? And that works to their advantage in Coastline. Now, going on to Cafe, Sisu understands this map. And thus, they're able to implement their strategy and knowledge upon it.
Agreed. And one of the things that that we're seeing here from Sisu has been just an adjustment, an adjustment of their. We've seen some strats from Sisu. They can't hide their strategies that they've already shown. So I think they're showing us a little bit of that and just kind of fiddling around with kind of branches off of their current strats that we've seen previously.
Yeah, no, yeah, I guess so. But yeah, no, but Penta, they will be defending the train room. Ooh, Wilkie, nice grenade kill onto Junis. Didn't quite see where that was. Looks like...
That was from Skylight right below. Fabian, however, will take that shot down onto Shate and nailing him in the head. A 4-on-4 at the moment.
Playing that pixel angle, which is possible because there's no castle barricade on the doorway anymore.
He did see Penari come on through. Penari's going to try to challenge that again. Fabian's going to stay there for the time being. Gas is going to push him out.
That was a gas grenade coming from the train room itself, from underneath. I like that.
And actually, yeah, like you said, that is a very useful tactic. You're able to throw that up, prevent an aggressive push once they drop in and they're inside of that cigar lounge.
As well as allows the Jaeger to rotate.
Now, we did have Penari working his way in towards the bar. We also had Cantor Raketti drop. So they're here inside of the cigar lounge still. We're going to have Boonsy try to cover this over as well. 3 members working their way top stairs. And they're actually rotating out. They're saying, okay, let's go on down the stairs. We've cleared it out as much as we can. There's only 1 man on site, and so they're going to try to take Pengu on.
There's only 1 man on site, but he's a smoke, and he does have a mirror to his advantage here. And there's only 1 minute left. 4 players coming from the Sisu lineup. They're just going to shove themselves into the site here. They will pick off Pengu.
And the plant will go down by Wilkie. He's planting it right behind the mining room. However, Fabian trying to come in from the cubby. He's going to be hurt by a little bit of that team smoke. We still have our Valkyrie upstairs. Penari has gotten the diffuser down, or has with his team. He's going to get that 1 kill there on a KS as Boonsy takes down the shots onto Fabian. Last man alive is going to be the Valkyrie. He's coming around. Goga just gets annihilated from behind. Cantor Raketti playing the sneaky spot up at the top of the red stairs.
Yeah, he heard him earlier, and he was ready for that Valkyrie flank coming onto the red stairs. And, I mean, that round. Okay, so let's talk about that round. Pengu, unfortunately, unable to influence it. Playing on that mirror, got smoked off before he could actually see the push coming in from the attackers. And a spontaneous 4-man push just straight into wheel room caught Pengu off guard. And that was the only anchor ready to stop the push itself. And then the retake came through, and it just was, Sisu was already established in a position to handle it. Had their guns pointing out of the site, and you know, it was a well thought out attack from Sisu to just kind of apply themselves into, well, the site. And this is interesting. Sisu playing different to what we're used to seeing from them. Playing to what actually they're playing like we expect to see Penta play, right? They're just kind of going. You know, they're droning out the area that they are attempting to make their push, and they're pushing in. It's simple as that. They did that on the upstairs. Worked for them once. Didn't work for them the second time. That's the 1 round that Penta did manage to win, was their upstairs defense. But you know, going into their wheel room attack now, it worked fantastically. Penta was unprepared, and sure, they're going to be ready for the next time that Penta's going to be defending that site. They're not going to let that happen second time, but will they have a second time? 4-1 now, favor of Sisu. If Sisu wins this upstairs defense, well, that'll be that for Penta Esports.
On to Border.
Yeah, and we go into Border. See exactly who has the advantage there. Now, Border is, yes, it does have strategy, it does have a meta. There is things for Sisu to work with, but at the same time, the play style is lended in favor of Penta on that particular map. It is a very dynamic and individual player skill-based map, I feel.
That is the case, but there's also with that map so much, I feel like, undiscovered territory.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. And so, I mean, that's also going to lend itself in favor of Penta. We'll see exactly what happens on that map, but who knows? You know, maybe, who knows?
Who knows? We still could be here for another 6 more rounds.
Yeah,
Penta still has a chance to come on back. So, I mean, we are starting off with the round 6 attack phase at the moment. Fabian's still up here at the cafe rooftop looking down through Skylight. Boonsy, who's the Echo on the defensive squad, he's over by the white stairs. Cantor Raketti's going to be inside of that.
So we haven't talked about this a whole lot in this matchup yet, but Montaigne is making a huge appearance for Penta. I think Pengu has played him almost every round so far in this matchup.
And not with the revolver.
And not with the revolver. He's playing with the other pistol. I think the revolver did get a hipfire nerf, and that might be why. Ooh, some sneaky play coming out from Penari. I don't know that Penta's droned out that piano, and it's impossible. He's going to get a peek onto the back end of the Montaigne as he pushes into Cigar. He does have this camera to give him information. Junis getting a pick onto Cantor Raketti.
Now we are going to have Penari still waiting around. KS will he see the camera? He will, and he's going to take him down. That's going to be a call, and now Goga's got to be careful. Pengu has actually moved into the Cigar Lounge, going for the shots there. He's going to get nailed in the head as well. Bootsy actually picks that shot up onto Fabian as Panari gets Goga. C4 is going to go and try to get rid of Pengu, but it will not happen. Pengu's going to come around, but Panari gets that kill onto Pengu after he knights him with the shield.
Was that a 3K coming out from Panari? That was
a
fantastic.
3K.
Fantastic round. Panari coming from behind, playing in that piano, in a position where Penta did not expect it. And that, that was an example of Sisu playing similar to what we expect to see from Penta in that unpredictable, just going.
Did you say Penta?
Penta. Yeah, I
thought you tried to say Pengu and then Penta.
I actually did. That was happening in my mind. I was confusing Pengu and Penta, but all the same. Sisu playing what we expect to see from Penta, going for the unpredictable route, something we don't, just random, spontaneous, hide in this corner. And it worked out for them. I don't think Penta was expecting it.
I don't think so as well, and it's not something that you expect. That's not something you associate with Sisu, being random.
Yeah.
I mean, that spot by Panari is quote-unquote random for the Sisu player.
This is very important to note as well. Last time we saw Cafe played by Sisu, and that was last week in the previous rounds of the playoffs. They put 2 shields in the cigar room on their upstairs defense.
Yes.
They didn't do that at all. In this, they had a completely
worked out very well for them.
Yeah, they had a completely different strategy to what we saw last time they played Cafe, and that was last week. They just threw together something new. Either that, or they were just playing like, whatever, dudes, just do whatever you want. We're not going to go at it with a hard strategy this time. Just play loose, because again, doesn't really matter. Don't need to show your cards.
Yeah. So like we said before, this is arguably the least important match because they're already secured a spot to land.
Yeah, both of these teams.
And they don't know the seeding. They don't know who they're going up against at land. So for that aspect of it, they're like, okay, well, first or second, to most people, it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah. I mean,
who knows? But we are going to get underway with some replays here from our Cafe matchup, which again is the second match between these two teams.
Yeah, and I think the third one was what was it? Chalet? No.
Border is the final match.
Border. Yeah, so Border is going to be played here, and Border kind of lends itself to both of these teams in a way. But I say that, but at the same time, Sisu, the way they've been playing, it's nothing like Sisu. It's just, this isn't Sisu playing. This is them. I have to assume, I have to see, based upon the way that they're playing, it's just that they're just kind of going with the flow, just winging it. Just, hey, do whatever you want to do sort of thing. And again, it's just because they're trying to not give away any of the anything unnecessarily strategy-wise. And that makes a whole lot of sense. So going into Border, if they continue that play style of just on the fly, and here we are, by the way, getting straight into Border. If they continue with that playstyle, I can't help but feel it'll go into work in their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it will. I feel like it will go into their advantage. They will continue this style of play, and I think we'll see the victory.
And here's the thing: is also Penta though, they're a team that are known for adaptation and their own form of spontaneous play. So if they're able to figure out, okay, guys, Sisu, they played like crazy, like just maniacs last map, and by that I mean just random, chaotic play. So now that we know that they're going to be doing that, going into Border, we should be ready. We should expect it and be ready for it. And maybe Penta will be able to make the necessary adaptation to be ready for it.
Yep.
So now they're going to be going into defense first here, going to defend the upstairs bomb site, Armory, and that is exactly what everyone expects to see. I mean, everybody defends Armory first. I mean, sometimes the team will choose to go ventilation first, but it's almost more often than not just to throw off the attacking squad. Not going to be the case here for Penta. They're going to go for the old tried and true, though. We'll see exactly.
Yeah. So one of the things that we're seeing here from the Mira is going to be inside a fountain. You typically will have. I've seen strats where there's a mirror on the wall facing west balcony, a mirror wall in the office facing the west box here, the west balcony. There are sometimes we see mirror windows here, which we saw, I believe, last week as well. This to me is anticipation of that east balcony or of that B site push.
The office take, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, it is a good way to counter the office take, but doesn't look like Sisu are going to actually be putting themselves in a position to take that particular side of the building. They are known for the rotation, so anything could happen in the later round, but they are starting out with the CCTV, a wall take, and that's actually a really good read because most of the Penta lineup is situated around the B bomb site. There is a player, however, playing in the small office, and he does have his own mirror. Actually, 2 players playing in that small office.
It's Fabian and Eunice now.
they're going to be the players that Sisu has to pick off. Oh, Wilkie with a grenade seemingly from underneath to pick off Pengu. That wasn't either of the players in the small office, but that is still smoke off the board. A huge impact going in this round. Oh, whoa.
A wonderful shot there by Boonsy. Now they're going to smoke it out some more and try to go in for a plant, I believe, but...
That shot was insanity.
It is. It was. There's no diffuser yet that they've picked up. It's still inside the CCTV. But it looks like Cantor Raketi's going to go for it as we have Eunice trying to go for the second kill. Goga, however, will take down Shate with a headshot. 3-on-3 at the moment with 1:20 left to go. He's going to go for the push and will get injured and killed off by Eunice.
Eunice having huge impact on that A-wall push coming out from Sisu, managing to lock it down for his team, and that's fantastic to see. Kind of odd that we didn't see a grenade from Wilkie onto the small office to try and get rid of that position. But now, Sisu, they are going to make their, a rotation. As we said, they are very, very, very famous for their rotation. So they're going to try and push their way into office, but there is, ooh, Goga picks off Wilkie as I say that. And now it is a 1 versus 3.
This is going to be the 3 speed of the century here, trying to land the shots, and he cannot do it. Goga with another kill here at the very end of the round to finish off Panari.
So Sisu looking pretty strong in the early round there. They got 2 picks and was a 3 versus 5, but Penta just managing to lock it out with the use of that mirror window in the small office. Sisu had no answer for it. Again, odd that they did not choose to have Wilkie throw a grenade underneath that mirror and disable it so they can make the push into the site. But all the same, it is what it is. And now Penta take the first round going into border. We're going to see Sisu. They're going to be going on to Armory Lockers Archives for their first defense round. And they will bring a Mute to the mix, something we're not so used to seeing.
Yeah, Mute we've seen... I think we saw it during the gBots and playing Ducks game. We saw that on Skyscraper a little bit. We saw that on Coastline here.
Right.
But like you said, Mute's one of those operators that has a very specific purpose. But I feel the fact that Mira has come so much into the meta, so much into play, that it has helped Mute make more of an appearance than usual.
No, I agree with that assessment. But at the same time, you know, it's like, why are you bringing Mute when you could just bring a Bandit? You know, I mean, I guess it must be just for the drone coverage, and I understand that. But at the same time, you know, I guess it's just preference, really. It is interesting to see, though, that they are choosing to bring that Mute. They are looking like they're going to be setting up a pulse for around CCTV area. Their mirrors are a little bit more aggressive, actually being put onto the A-wall itself instead of in the small office, as well as one in even on the flip side, one a little bit less aggressive in the B-bomb site. What is that reinforcement for, I wonder?
Which one?
The one that Pulse just put onto the, yeah, right there.
That one.
Oh, I'm guessing so that you can't get shot from the window?
Possibly. I would say that that's actually used so that they can create an angle without having their full body exposed. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we'll see what happens going into this round. They have set up a rotation hole from CCTV into the hallway, and they are playing the Mute and the Pulse in that CCTV. That makes a lot of sense why they're bringing the Mute now. Having Mute charges in the CCTV room is very useful in holding it. But we are seeing Penta setting themselves up for the opposite take that we saw from Sisu, which is an office to be bomb site take. They do have that, again, that Montaigne, which they have been bringing very consistently.
Pengu is going to have to be very careful, though, of Boonsy above. I don't know if he sees it. He's got to see him. He's already started shooting up there.
Yeah, meanwhile, Buck has picked off Cantor Raketi or somewhere else on the map and put the man advantage, it looks like it was on the Roamer game, put the man advantage in the favor of the attacking squad. They are establishing dominance underneath the B bomb site, which is going to give them a lot of leeway as they push in to the B bomb site.
Now, KS has his skeleton key in hand, trying to open up the floor beneath Boonsy. Boonsy's going to whip out that SMG-11, but Panari with that MP5 will take down Eunice. Fabian, however, will drop and kill off Shate. Goga's still trying to work his way in behind Pengu, but the gas grenades are going to hold him off. Meanwhile, outside on the window, it will be Fabian. This has got Glaz play. The gas grenade is actually thrown too far out. Fabian can stay up on that window, but decides not to. There is Boonsy. He's going to go for the kill, and he actually downs him. He will be killed off, though, by Goga, throwing himself around Pengu. Now, Wilkie is going to be there with the heartbeat sensor inside a locker. We're going to see Goga fall, as well as Fabian, trying to pick him up here with 1:10 left to go. You've got Pengu. He's the only man on site. He also has the diffuser. So if Pengu cannot survive this from Wilkie and Panari until his teammates get up, this could just go into the hands of Sisu. 55 seconds to go. Panari here and still looking underneath. They know that he's going to be planting here momentarily. Gas grenades are going out. Shots are going flying. Wilkie's going to get that C4 kill, but then be traded out by Wilkie, or by Fabian. You've got Goga here He's working his way, and he's going to go for another replant as Fabian still holding onto that window. That's like a quad kill for him this round.
Yeah, great round from Fabian and a good take from Penta. Very standard, nothing unexpected there. So the main counter to a take like that is to have C4 underneath, and Buck took care of that early into the round. I mean, it wasn't a C4, it was a Jaeger, but all the same, he took control of the bottom of that bomb site, allowing his team to then push in without much resistance at all. There was the smoke, but that was swiftly dealt with. After that, keep maintaining the glass on that balcony outside the B window, allowed them to have convenient or consistent coverage to get that diffuser plant, even after the Montaigne got C4. Now we're looking at 2-0 in favor of Penta. Penta seeming to have a better grip on this particular map so far, looking like. They will be defending ventilation now. This is their second bomb site they have defended. The first one being Armory, of course. They did win that, so we'll see how they manage to set themselves up on ventilation. Now, a lot of teams, what they'll try to do here is they will have 3 or even sometimes 4 players defending above the ventilation bomb site, as if it is Armory. So pretty much defend it like Armory and then look down. And it looks like that is what Penta is setting themselves up to do, having those mirror windows upstairs, reinforcing the upstairs walls heavily. They already, I mean, they have 4 people up here right now. Guessing that second mirror is going to go in the small office yet again, which is, yeah, that's indicative of how they're going to be defending this. Now, the question then becomes, will Sisu attempt to challenge these roamers, as there's a lot of utility being used upstairs as well, or will they simply waltz into the B bomb site because they know that Penta have invested heavily upstairs? See exactly how they choose to handle this.
Now we are going to see a push here from the west and south side of the valley and west parking lots from Sisu, which is the 2 main spawns. You don't see too many people spawning the east side unless they're going for a push on the archives, but the bomb site's downstairs. So we are going to see the ventilation here by KS. He's going to hold on to it, but Shate's the one I want to pay attention to for the moment, because right now he's basically just trying to hold a flank here for Boonsy, who is now looking down through the main corridor into servers. You've got Cantor Arcady, who's up on the west balcony trying to fight Eunice and Goga up here. Pengu's also by the half wall. They're going to try to open it all up, but Pengu, instead of destroying that, he's going to move over into that office, and the wall will get opened up. Now the top of Eunice's head will be seen and will be taken off by Cantor Arcady. Looks as though Pengu going to go out for a little shot there and miss the bullets onto Cantor Arcady. As we got Pengu here. He's just going to toss that one gas, going to try to hold down the push as Panari works his way up those west stairs. The back stairs leading into the locker room. Got Cantor Arcady, who just jumped out of the CCTV room. Goga actually migrated over into the offices. 3 players on site, as Pengu has actually dropped in through the hatch. He's on top of the locker, top of the servers now. Panari, though, taking down Fabian. A 5-on-3 at the moment. 1:30 left to go. Wilkie's going to hop on into sight. More smoke's coming down. Shate actually gets injured. Looks like it might have been intentional. Boonty actually gets a team kill as he tries to take down Pengu. Now, KS did finish off Wilkie. 2-on-3 at the moment. Goga's trying to come around for the flank, and right now he was able to get around without being detected. He's waiting for some information from his team. However, it looks like Hibana's going to look up on through, and Cantor Arcady will take down Goga as Van Makritz gets banned by BattleEye.
Yeah, peace out, bruh. Nice try, man. Maybe pay a little bit more next time. All right, no, I'm just playing. But for real, though, that was the first round on the board for Sisu. 2-1 now. Still in favor of Penta, but a very, a concise win for Sisu. We'll say that, and a decisive win at that. They took, so I was like, okay, are they going to push their way in through the front door? Are they going to challenge the roamers? They did both. They took control of the upstairs, and then they pushed their way in through the front door. They did everything they needed to, and they weren't challenged very hard from Penta. Now, unfortunately, they did have a bandit playing in the small office upstairs. He was in position to counter the Hibana charges coming onto the mirror window. Unfortunately, he did not have one there preemptively, and because of that, Hibana managed to open up that mirror window, which allowed her to then proceed, just kind of pick apart all of the roamers who were playing upstairs. And then yeah, they had freedom to progress into the site. There wasn't much to be said about that round apart from that. It really just came down to the challenge on the small office and thus upstairs. Now we're going to be seeing Sisu, as they did fail their first attempt of this upstairs defense, going there for a second time. Now the last time what happened here, Penta pushed their way in through the B balcony and established dominance on the B window. Didn't even need to push in through office, and they just kind of neatly planted in the northeast corner of that B-bomb site. Not much, there wasn't, well, there was a lot of challenging going on, but all the same, there wasn't enough utility coming out from the Sisu side.
So there are 4 drones from Penta on that west balcony inside a CCTV room. Where do you think that push is coming from?
Now, I'm going to go ahead and guess that they're going to be coming from the southwest side, and they're going to be pushing themselves into the CCTV room. But who knows? I'm not a psychic. Their drones can't possibly be indicative of exactly their plans and what they're trying to do.
No, but Wilkie is going to be here inside of that CCTV room. Just looking out, hey, people are going to be around. Where are they going to be?
They also have Penari.
They do.
But they do also equally have mutes and a rotation hole out into the hallway. So the question is, are they going to get caught in the crossfire of the attacking squad, or are they going to be able to get those picks onto, well, those attackers? There is Pengu, who can, going into this round, lend a lot of pushing force onto these guys in CCTV, force them into positions where they really do not want to get caught into those crossfires.
Now, Wilkie, as you saw, did try to pre-fire the shots onto Pengu, but Pengu knows his positioning. He knows that he can't be shot through there. It's just a thick barricade. He is, however, going to try to toss out this C4.
Nah.
Might land over and get KS, but no. Junis actually pops on in. He's going to go for those shots there onto Wilkie. However, it's not going to work out for him. Pengu will actually, was that Pengu? No, that was not. I thought Pengu was the Thermite. No, Pengu was the Monty, who did just get taken out after Wilkie had been downed out for the count. Junis, however, is going to go up against Penari in a one-on-one here between the break room and the CCTV room. A little bit of shots coming on through. Penari now has smoke grenades inside of his face. Cantor Arcady will be taken down by Junis, flicking on over to the hallway. He's still good for Penari, but it looks like KS steals that shot, and now it's a 4-on-2. KS probably stands for kill steal. I don't know. That's just what I'm assuming here. But again, there's only 2 members left here on the defensive squad, Shate and Boonty. Shate still looking around, trying to hold down the west balcony push. He's going to toss out 1 C4 and not do any damage. KS still on the outside waiting for this peek from Shate. It's going to be there, and he actually gets that upper hand kill, but KS got the return. That was a trade. A 3-on-1 at the moment as Boonty here is the final man to stay alive, and Goga has something to say about that.
And now the 3rd round on the board for Penta, 3 versus 1. Definitely in the advantage of Penta right this minute. Some interesting plays coming out from Sisu, but for the most part, honestly, just too aggressive. Trying to maintain control over that CCTV room. Unfortunately, did not work in their favor. They did get a couple trades back, but at the same time, they lost too many people, too much utility, attempting to hold CCTV, and in the end, not enough anchors on the site. And then, also, to elaborate on that, the anchors on the site, the last 2 guys, I mean, you saw Cantor Arcady, he came off the site to try and help his friends at CCTV, and that was too, again, that's leading into too aggressive. But then the last 2 anchors on the site, they waltzed at one of them in the Mira, waltzed out the door, got herself killed. She did get a trade, so fair, I'll be fair to her, sure, she got a trade. But at the same time, and then there was the smoke, the last player overall, then peeks out of the breached wall onto a Thermite waiting for him to peek. I mean, just kind of unnecessary aggression coming from Sisu. And Penta's just ready to receive it. Like, yes, please, peek onto us. You are the defending squad. We will take our kills. Now, again, though, it is Penta heavily in the favor here. They will be defending upstairs in the armory yet again. And again, this is the bomb site that everybody really prefers to hold. So, if they manage to lock this out, it will be putting them onto map and series points on border.
Yeah, that is definitely true. As this is, like you said, the third and final map. Winner takes 1st seed at LAN, 2nd seed at LAN for the loser. Yeah, but still both at LAN.
Yeah, both of these teams are probably like chilling out about this, to be real, but with you guys. Like, I don't imagine, like, Sisu, they're the sort of team that doesn't necessarily rely on having tricks up their sleeves. They displayed that in Cafe. In Cafe, they just played like random and aggressive and rushed in as a unit, and it worked great for them. But on a map like Border, they might have a whole bunch of like special angles and certain ways to hold this or that site that they're not going to be showing us here today, as it is not the most important matchup of the century. So Sisu, being the team that they are, utilizing those types of plays, they are going to be kind of a disadvantage now that they're, well, not utilizing those types of plays.
Now we are going to see Sisu, though, out on top of the west balcony, working their way in towards that A site. You can see Shate and everyone else funneling in over there.
Looks like they're going to...
Opened up. There are the Hibana charges. Smoke grenade's going to go out, and we are going to see a little close-up on Cantor Arcady being close right next to the reinforced wall. He's going to try to fight Fabian here in a 1-for-1. Boonty, though, has a little advantage. He's going to go for the shots, but will not see him just yet. Pengu, however, takes down the head of Wilkie.
That was underneath. Nice little angle coming out from Pengu. At the same time, Fabian picking up a player on in Cantor Arcady. So now already 5 versus 3 in favor of Penta.
This is looking like it's going to be a good defensive round here for Penta, as long as they don't get over-aggressive.
See, the thing is that they haven't been getting over-aggressive going into these rounds, and they still have that mirror to protect them in this small office. This has been the downfall of a lot of CSU attacks so far into this Armory Wealth site. And they haven't been able to deal with it right now, as of yet. When they were attacking the downstairs, and there was, ooh, Shate with a nice kill onto Fabian, but Junis trading it back.
We do have Penari here inside of that main hallway, right under the camera. C4 is going to come flying out, but not do any damage. Eunice going to go for a peek here on Penari, though, as wallbangs start coming from KS. Barely missing Penari, however, Eunice did pick up that shot onto Boonsie. 4-on-1, last man alive is going to be Penari underneath inside of the servers. He's going to come up the west stairs. Actually, he's going to pick up that diffuser first.
So
thinking that he might be able to go in for a plan against 4 Pro League players.
Maybe, yeah, it's possible. I mean, we see Flipside do it all the time.
We do. However, Penari is going to work his way up the west stairwell. As KS hears him, he's just waiting for the perfect opportunity to just pre-fire the wall, trying to get a little bit more information.
Don't open
but
it.
This round
you
is
don't need it
going
open.
to Penta.
Don't give away your position. You don't need it open.
He's going to do it. He's going to open it. he's open the window. He's doing it right there.
Uh-oh.
Pop it. Pop it.
It's not necessary.
He did it! He did it! Case is going to go for the pre-fire here in 3, 2, 1, and it misses. However, Ash will get taken down by Eunice coming around from the lockers.
So he gave his position away, unfortunately. It was too tempting. Had to shoot the mirror. Understand that, man. You know what? Honestly, I would have too. To be completely frank, it's not going to influence the round at all, but I totally would have too.
That's like shooting an ADS when you have no utility left and you're the last one alive.
Right, and it's like you're not going to throw a grenade, dude, but at the same time, it's so tempting. It's like, ooh,
called?
shiny thing.
It's called a point hog.
He wants to be on the top of the scoreboard. All right. All the same, though, 4-1 now. Penta match point, and they will be going on to attack. Sisu's going to be going down into the ventilation workshop defense, and it's an interesting decision to be making here. Sisu going downstairs instead of upstairs. I don't believe they won their upstairs defense, so they could go anywhere they want to. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that round they won was way earlier in the match.
Correct. They can go. They actually have not won a defensive site yet.
Yeah, so
they've won an attack.
They can go wherever the heck they please, but they are choosing to go down to ventilation. I wonder if that's to try and mix up the Penta attack, but
I think it's wise. I mean, that they lost 2 up top. Try something different. We saw playing Ducks, I think it was, or another team try constantly. We're going to do the same bomb site, same bomb site, same bomb site, and it didn't work out for them.
Absolutely. It is probably the right call here from Sisu to go downstairs. We are seeing again, you know, it's interesting. We haven't talked a whole lot about this. We talked about it earlier, we just remarked on it earlier. But Penta, they bring Montaigne to every single attack round, like religiously. They bring Montaigne, and it's working out really well for them so far in this particular matchup. It's kind of, but it's just odd. It's odd. I mean, the Montaigne meta kind of got a little bit of a hit when the Glass was introduced.
They've taken it to the extreme.
Yeah.
They've just said, okay, Montaigne meta, you just mean Montaigne main.
Because even before Glass was buffed to where he is right now, the Montaigne meta, yes, it was very much a lot of teams are bringing him, but it wasn't like every single round for the most part.
Yeah.
And now Penta, they really like their Montaigne. It's working great for them. However, so Penta, they are taken to the south side of this building. Sisu has set up a lot of their defensive strategy around the upstairs, similar to what we were seeing from Penta earlier on this same exact bomb site, investing heavily in that roamer game. And Penta are going to try and avoid that by, instead of challenging them directly, just kind of clearing out the roamers on the first floor and pushing their way into the site. And I think it's going to work out for them. There's only two people, I believe, from Sisu right now on the site itself. Two. Chate and Cantor Ketty, that's it.
Yeah, and you do have KS, though. He's opened up the majority of the wall. He's going to toss out a grenade, I think, towards Cantor Ketty. Boonsie, however, does have the floor opened above him, so all he's got to do is just peek on down through. However, Boonsie will pick up that shot into KS as Shate gets Goga. Now, Fabian did come around here. He's inside of that middle site. Still trying to go for the shots on Cantor Ketty, but Fabian and Eunice will take down Boonsie and Shate in return, and Penari gets that final kill there onto Fabian. A 2-on-2 as Eunice gets yet another kill here.
Oh,
it's going to get
Eunice!
a third kill there, getting Cantor Ketty down. Wilkie, however, will finally trade down the shots there. Pengu against Wilkie, and Diffuser will not get planted, but he still lives to try to plant another day. Now, minute 15 to go. This is going to be a little dance, and honestly, no C4. This is right now in favor of Pengu.
Wilkie has...
Oh no, he's going to unshield himself and try to go for that aggressive peek, and Wilkie just says, nope, and he gets the kill down onto him, and that's going to be Penta. Unfortunately, not able to secure that round just yet. We are going to see Sisu getting it.
That was a fantastic shot coming from Wilkie. That was a pre-fire at that.
That's the story of my life in ranked.
A great shot from Wilkie to lock out that round, put it into Sisu's favor. So what happened there is Penta, yeah, they tried to avoid the roamers upstairs, but unfortunately, because Sisu was extended over onto CCTV, as they always have been, going into each and every one of these defensive rounds, they then had top-down advantage on the attacking Penta lineup. And even though Penta, they kept trading it back, unfortunately, the last player alive was a Montaigne. And you say it's in favor of I mean, I honestly feel like it's in favor of the Pulse there, because he's a 3-speed, and all he has to do is control the engagement in the right way, and Wilkie did just that. I mean, just run away from the Montaigne until he tries to plant, and then engage, and then run away, and engage.
I was just playing that in my head. I was like,
Right.
okay, you don't want to let Pulse go upstairs because he's got that vertical advantage, but at the same time, you're a shield. The shield goes on your back. You can type yourself or put yourself in a corner.
You know,
and
you're
could
actually
get the plant down on that.
You're actually right. I feel like, I mean, yeah, if he had tried to instead of just trying to chase the Pulse with the ADS, if he had tried to just plant, he could have probably locked out the round.
I mean, any
But
other operator, I would have said no. Pulse being upstairs,
yeah,
he
chase
wins.
chase him.
But
Yeah.
the shield, he didn't have to.
Theoretically could have gone in his way, but all the same, it is now Sisu 2-4. They are trying to start their comeback here, but they're going to have to challenge a Penta upstairs defense. And they did win this, I believe, or actually,
We
I
say
said
upstairs
defense.
They're upstairs,
They're
but
in
the
yeah, they're going to be in the ventilation, actually. I actually misread that whole situation. I was looking at the right screen. However, they are going to be defending it primarily from the upstairs, as we have seen them do that in the past. They are putting those mirror windows, a lot of utility invested up into the armory itself. Tend to defend it as if it is an armory. So Sisu opening up the front door, trying to get
that
down.
shouldn't happen with an IQ. You should know where your ADSs are.
You know, that's a good point. To be honest,
Come on,
that's a good point.
You may have won our hearts by playing Tachanka, but
Yeah. Nari going to be pushing his way into CCTV, trying to establish dominance on, well, the upstairs. They're going to have 3 defenders to contend with if he tries to push into Armory. Now, last time, Sisu, they managed to pick each and every one of these, well, defenders upstairs apart, and then they pushed in to kill the anchors later on. We'll see this time if the defenders have it. Oh, wow.
Oh, a double kill coming out. Another double kill. Looks like Pengu going to get Bootsy and Wilkie down as units out of nowhere against Cancer Raketti and Shate. Benalparnari will take down Fabian, but that will be the end of the round. And right there, Penta, in the split of half a second, just annihilated Sisu, and that is going to be GG.
So we didn't quite see it. Unfortunately, we weren't watching it. But what happened there, ladies and gentlemen, is Sisu saw, well, okay, last time they had 3 people upstairs, so we should just probably rush into sight. And they tried to go for that rush. And, you know, it can work. It is actually a good read to go for that. But unfortunately for them, the 2 anchors on the site itself were ready. In fact, actually, I think 2 of those kills came from a hole upstairs looking into the front door. And because of that, because of the lack of control upstairs and the readiness of Penta for that front door rush, Sisu lose their hopes and dreams of being first seed, and now they're second seed.
Yeah, no, so, but in all honesty, guys, in all reality, both of these teams make it to land. They've already made it.
Yeah.
This is just a match to determine who's first and who's second. Now, we're going to go over some highlights here in a moment, but with these 2 teams, like you had
No
said,
highlights.
no highlights today, okay. With these 2 teams, they were teams that we knew can just wipe the floor with many other teams.
Oh, yeah.
We weren't expecting a lot out of the teams today because they don't need to show their hands. There's no reason to, other than trying to get that first seed versus the second seed.
So with Sisu, yes. With Penta, show their hands. They're not a strap-based team. They've said this to us time and time again. They play off of each other. They play off of synergy. They play off an understanding of the meta, but they do not play strategically. It's not like a hard, you have to do this, you have to do that. So because of that, they don't have a whole lot to show. They just kind of play the game and, you know, see what happens. Sisu, on the other hand, going into that matchup, you have to imagine they're not showing anything at all. I mean, we saw them play in a fashion which is unlike anything we've seen from Penta Sisu before. And I feel like I say that a lot, but at the same time, just like overall from this season, they don't rush in every round, which we saw I think 4 rushes from Sisu in that entire series. They don't play so aggressively on defense, and they played crazy aggressive. They were peeking everything they possibly could.
They were.
So, I mean, the way Sisu was handling that was unlike what we're used to.
But moving on, though, we are here and at the conclusion of the European Pro League playoffs. So let's take a look at the brackets to just get a final evaluation on how the teams have all done. Now, we started off with 4 teams in the playoff bracket, Sisu playing Ducks starting it off, and then Penta Sports and gBots going head-to-head. Ultimately, it turns out that Sisu PENTA Sports, and gBots will be our 3 European teams going to LAN. Unfortunately, Playing Ducks just did not bring their 100% A game tonight.
Yeah, it was disappointing to see. They're a fantastic team, and they really did put up a fight against gBots, but it is what it is. And gBots, they are well deserving of that 3rd spot going into LAN, as they have competed in, I think, every single Pro League so far. But they haven't had the opportunity to make it to an actual LAN event. So you have to imagine they are ecstatic to make it into LAN this go around. And they definitely deserve it.
So we mentioned these are the top 3 teams going to LAN. Let's talk about LAN for a quick second here. LAN is on, for LAN of this season, Year 2, Season 1, is going to be in Katowice, Poland. Right here, right in the building right across the road. Right over there. It is going to be May 20th and May 21st. It's a weekend, a Saturday and a Sunday. Top 3 teams from North America, top 3 teams from Europe, and top 2 teams from Brazil are all being brought here to play on LAN and duke it out for, I think the entire prize pool is $167,000 or something, or
It's a little bit bigger than that, actually, but
yeah.
I think it's like 237,000. But
yeah.
So it's split amongst a bunch of things.
So that's the prize pool. That is LAN. But before LAN, we have relegations for the next season. Basically, 5th and 6th seed from the European and North American regions, as well as the Brazilian region, as well as 2 teams from the Challenger League will go into relegations to decide 2 spots for the next Pro League. So those relegations, if you're from North America, the North American relegations will take place on May 14th, before the LAN event, a week before the LAN event, May 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the next day, or 2 days later, May 16th, is when the European relegations match is going to be. And that's going to decide who makes it into the Pro League for Year 2, or Season 2 of Europe. So again, come back. If you want to join us, we'd love to have you here. Come back on May 14th and May 16th for the relegation matches of Season 2, Year 2. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you so much for watching tonight's showing of the European Pro League playoffs. We will see you the 14th for the North American relegations of Year 2, Season 2. And if you're tuning into just this season, we'll see you May 20th for the LAN event here in Katowice, Poland. Thank you, and may the 4th be with you.
Adios, amigos.